Hey y'all. An earlier stream than maybe I was thinking originally. I posted on the Discord maybe around 7. Ended up getting set up pretty quickly, so figured we start now. Hey, how you doing everyone? Today we're doing Legend of Zelda Minish Cap Randomizer. That's right, it's a randomizer for Minish Cap. Now, I played this a couple of times on stream. One time before the... Actually, I guess it's been 3 times, actually. One time, I tried it out like it was the first randomizer I ever tried. And I set it up wrong. Set it up without the open fusion mode. And that turned out to be a mistake because it's not as good without that mode being on. But later on, I went back to it after trying out other randomizers and realized it was really cool. Really, really rad. And given that, once I realized how cool and shit it was, I came back to it and then had a lot of fun with it and played it once on stream, you know, as over the course of a couple days, and then played it as part of the randomizer roulette, which was a whole thing about a month ago where I played 4 randomizers in tandem all at once. Switching back and forth between them randomly every 5 to 10 minutes, which was a whole thing. But in that case, we played it with 2 elements required. This time, however, and previous time we also did 2 elements required. This time, however, all elements will be required, and that's what we're gonna do tonight. Also, I'm gonna do DK64 Randomizer as well. That'll follow. I got that whole setup all ready to go. These 4 randomizers that I got into this year and ended up really digging, I played a number of times, each of them on and off stream, and I think they're fantastic games. They're fun to play, fun to stream, and they're even good off stream for like podcast game fodder, basically. If anyone hasn't done randomizers before, I'd recommend giving it a go. Though I would also recommend use a tracker, some sort of reference, some sort of map, so that you know where exactly you have to check, where exactly you have to go. That is just dead handy. I'll be using one during this stream, and y'all can see, what I have, below me. Anyway, I don't really have anything to say before the stream today, or even any cards today. Anything I have prepared ahead of time. I haven't done that much since yesterday. It hasn't been that long. I slept, I watched some YouTube, I looked through my photos because my phone did like a album thing that was like, oh yeah, here's your highlights from 2022, and I looked at them and one of them was a picture of spaghetti, and I said, that's a goddamn good picture, phone. Yes, you're right, that picture of spaghetti on the fork with all just loaded with Parmesan, that is a good picture. I'm glad that you pointed it out to me. It is a great one. Anyway, that's about all that's happened since yesterday. Just I looked at some pictures of spaghetti and I said, that's a good picture. Also, I did also look through my videos and old photos, and I found a 20-minute video from 2016 of me explaining a Mario Maker level that I made to no one in particular. I don't know why I recorded that. Maybe I was submitting it to something, some sort of something. But I thought that was very curious and very funny, especially looking back and going yeah, that's sort of how I stream now. I sort of, I'm not that different, personality-wise, stream presence-wise. Me now versus me on my camera, just jankily recording what is on the screen and talking aloud. Anyway, let's get into the game. Let's go. No need for any more dilly-dally. Let's just go ahead and get going. I'm not sure exactly how long this game will take, but I think we can get through pretty quickly. I don't want to take a rest. That's weird that he offered. I don't think that I hit the button. I just think I ran into the thing. Okay, we're gonna... By the way, you know, this is a Minish Cap Randomizer. The way that it works is that there's, you know, all sorts of places to check, obviously, but also, an important thing is that the Kinstone stuff is all done from the start. It's all unlocked. So there's a lot of places to check as a result, based on Kinstone stuff that you otherwise, you know, might not have access to. So, we're gonna do everything as it comes, you know how it is. And I'm going to mark it off on the map to make sure that I am, you know, on top of that shit. Let's go ahead and do this. 1 rupee. Also, by the way, this game is, this randomizer is quite good in that it has a lot of quality of life features, like a quick warp that takes you back to the wherever you entered an area. That is just dead handy, and is gonna be, we're gonna use that a lot of the time. Oh, we could have just done that. In fact, that was our container. Alright, that's that, and that checked, and that one. Okay. Anyway, the basic flow of this game is going to be me checking a lot of places, and, you know, then going to the other places that we can go as a result of the things that we get. And a thing to know is that I have rupees on, so rupees are included in the item pool. Rupees are included in the item pool, so it might be a little diminished a little bit. Like, the odds of getting something useful from any given item is going to be a little bit lower than it would be otherwise, but also, there's going to be some rooms that are just full of, like, 20 items, and we're just going to be able to collect a bunch of them all at once, which, I expect should be quite nice. Okay, so the shop has, jack shit. Wait. Shop has jack shit. Can confirm that. What about this place? What does this place have? Jack shit. Good to know. In some cases, we don't have to actually collect something. All we have to do is see that it's nothing, and that's as good as collecting it. That is, well, it's not nothing. It is a heart piece, which is what it would usually be. I'm just gonna make note of that. Alright, we can go to the mayor's basement now. The first time I streamed this, the volume was a little high. I think this time I have dialed it in much better than I did the first time. At least in my testing, it sounded right to me. Pretty audible, and also the... what was that, joy butterfly? Yeah, for like swimming, I think. Swimming joy butterfly. There we go. Seems like a good balance of the audio versus the gameplay level, which is nice. I guess also we did the, you know, randomizer roulette, and that was, you know, that was fine. Got that one. Got it right that time, at least. Can we get through? I bet it's gonna give us an item or something midway along. Like, extra bomb drops. It's gonna give us hearts, so... bet you it has bomb drops, too. Rupees. We need bomb drops, like, right now. Bomb drop, please. I'm all out of bombs. Oh, I can just totally get some right here, right? Question mark? Maybe? Wow, bad luck. Ooh, okay, so they respawn too. Even worse luck. Okay, tell you what, we'll come back to that one when we have actual bombs to use. Meanwhile, there's a bunch of stuff we can find up here. Like these, all these trees have something in it. So that's gonna be 5 different items that we're getting all in a row. I'll tell you today I got up, I was like, okay, well, I'm not really sure what I want to do today. If I want to do another stream or if we want to do that like on Thursday or something. I feel kind of, you know, like not doing anything. You know, that's how I felt. And I looked at AniList, you know, the site AniList, and like an anime list website you see. I looked at that website and I said like, oh, what came out today? What's out? Is there anything new? And it's like, yeah, the season finale of Love Flops. And I'm like, oh, fuck. That show. Man, that show went off the fucking rails. Fell up its own ass. That sounds like a whole heck of a annoying thing to sit through. An annoying review to write. And I said, I'd rather not do that. I'd rather do a stream. And here I am. I did watch the latest Eminence in Shadow. That show continues to be okay. Like, a very weird show. It's like aggressively... I would say that Eminence in Shadow is like aggressively... I'm trying to think how mean I should be about it. Like, it is a little bit mediocre. Definitely on the mediocre side. But also, it does have a certain charm to it. That, like, how dedicated to being mediocre it is. Which one is Caster Wilds? Wilds, there we go. It's very dedicated to being mediocre. Which, you know, is like, not a commendable thing, but... Oh, it's like, does that make sense? Dedicated to being mediocre? The first episode of that show is like a weird guy basically is like dedicating himself to running around and beating up on like criminals or whatever, being like a vigilante. I know, I said it weird on purpose. And then he gets a sec-eyed, and it's like, oh, I guess this isn't about like a Jack the Ripper style weird fuckhead. Instead, he's now in a fantasy world, and he decides to like play it low key, and you know, runs around pretending he's in a video game, acting as if he's in a video game, while also being like, I've decided to be a mob character, but secretly I'm gonna be a big bad guy. You know, I'm gonna be weird and evil, and I'm maybe gonna come up with convoluted plots that turn out to be real. And all that is cool, but like, very, very weird. Yeah, give me, I need bombs. Let's go do that thing now that we have bombs. Each episode of that show, for a while, for the first like 10 episodes, not the first 10 episodes, first like 5 episodes, every episode was sort of going off in a different direction. You know, like one would be like, oh, the main character, he's now going to magic school. And one would be like, oh, the main character, he's at home learning what his new setting is. And it was kind of weird because, like, okay, how are you supposed to judge it when it changes every week? You know, when every week the setting is completely different. And I think now that's sort of settled into like, oh, the main character is being weird, or acts like he knows what he's doing, and is just sort of winging it and doesn't give a shit, whereas everyone else is taking it very, very seriously. It's almost as if, you know, he doesn't give a shit about the world. He thinks it's kind of like, yeah, whatever. It's kind of trite. It's kind of boring. You know, I'd rather just roleplay as like an NPC. And, you know, the rest of everyone is kind of just taking it super seriously. Like, oh yeah, you know, like this is the place. This is where we are. This is how the world works, etc. And you kind of get the impression that he might be right about it. You know, he might be right about the world being, like, not worthy of consideration, not worthy of attention, not worthy of the effort. Might be right about that. As weird as that is. Okay, let's go over here. And who hold this business? Oh, you know what I should do? I probably should have started with this, actually. Spin attack. I don't have a sword, so that's fun. I do have spin attack, though. I probably could have started with this. Definitely could have started with this. Let's look at the map and see where our things are. Let's see. So yes, we got one in the shrine. We got none in the thing, none in that. Okay, so we have the Deepwood Shrine. We have the Fortress of Winds. We have the Temple of Droplets, and we have the Palace of Winds. No Fire Temple today. That's not one that has a stone for us. Nice. Okay, that's settled. We now know which dungeons we do and which dungeons we don't have to do. Oh, and by the way, this is a pedestal ending. All I have to do is get the elements and just put my sword into a pedestal, and that's that. That's how it ends. Okay, let's go over here and see what's on the thing. It's some sort of technique. I suppose I can get that. Might take me a couple of jumps here, don't mind. Excuse me while I give this a try a couple of times. This is so annoying how it like respawns me every time. Just leave me down there so I can just start there. I guess they're never expecting you to like... You know, in the original game, it would be silly to think you would be down here trying to jump. The idea of you being down here to begin with, before you could swim, maybe a bit silly. Well, actually, you could come here. You just wouldn't be able to do anything, and you wouldn't be able to jump either, because that's, you know, usually a later game ability. What if we jump a long ways first? Well, it's not the flippers, so maybe I'll just be able to get the flippers and come back. Aha! Alright, great spin, charge speed. Great spin, attack speed. Fast spin charge, I guess. Okay, we'll just quick warp here. Beautiful. Okay, what's next? Got this. I didn't look at the rupees up there. Don't know if it was anything good. Don't think it really matters. To me, anyway. Let's save and continue. No mind. No, ugh. Doesn't matter. It's all fine. By the way, yesterday I did talk a little bit about the next season of anime, insofar as like, yeah, I don't know what's coming. That's basically all I said. I will say I did look at one thing. I did look at one thing. Whoops. I did look at a little thing in regarding the next season of anime, which is that Bofuri season 2 is next season. I am really super looking forward to that one. Bofuri was a fantastic show a couple of years ago. After that season ended, they immediately announced that they were doing a season 2, and you know, now it's finally here. So I'm really looking forward to that one. That one, you know, I don't know what else is coming out next season, but like that one's definitely going to be a highlight. I have to hope. You know, if it all turns out good, anyway, I suppose. I guess, you know, we can never know if it's going to be good or bad, but I have to imagine it's going to be a really good show. You know, really good season. I'm looking forward to this. You know what? This with the Rock's cape, we can get into the we can get into a place now and do a thing. Specifically, we can get into the Ruby Cave. It's over here. It has a bunch of rubies on it and in it. And since we are doing, you know, since the rubies are items, they could have stuff in it. Which, here we go. We have a few things. We have the roll attack. There's the roll attack. There it is. Roll attack, the shield. Thank you, Princess Zelda. An empty bottle. That adds up to a thing. The empty bottle now has dog food in it. Got the dog food. And there we go. Nice cave. Alright, where to next? Go this way. I'm not 100% sure when the next stream will be, by the way. I now know that the plans have come together insofar as I will be busy on, I believe, Friday. So no stream Friday. So that either means that I'll take tomorrow off as well and maybe do something. I could do something over, like, I could do something New Year's Day, maybe. Maybe that'd be fun. I could not do something New Year's Day. That would also be fun. I will say, like, I think in the future, like future holidays, maybe we'll take it more easy, but I wanted to do all these randomizers today and, you know, yesterday. Given how much I played them throughout the year, sort of wanted to do them one last time and, you know, get in a couple more runs of them before the year was up. Oh, I need to put out the fire. That's right. They're just fun games to play, too, is part of it. Anyway, I'll say this. I want to do more Persona 5 Royale soon. Maybe I could do that tomorrow even. Or maybe that would be like a New Year's stream. I don't know. Or maybe I could do tomorrow and a New Year's stream. You know, a bunch of it. Like, I'm kind of in the mood for a lot of that game. Which is why, you know, the other day I did say, I posted it to Twitter and said it on air. So I'll just say it again for reference. Plan is to do Persona 5 Royale. Once we get back to a regular streaming schedule, there'll be Persona Royale Mondays and Thursdays. No Mario Maker either of those days, just straight up Persona. Which one was that? Fuck. That was that one, I guess. there anything else we can get here? You know what we can get? We can get, I think, both of these. Yeah, we can go over here, too. A quiver. Okay, I think that's all we can get here for now. But it's not all we can do right now in the city. Because we can jump, we can go over here, we can get small, and do more stuff as a small guy. By the way, in Minish Cap, you become small, you run around as a little guy. It's a whole thing. Let's see, now we can go in here and... Oh, fuck, I didn't move the... Didn't move the bookcase. Okay, let's... We're gonna move the bookcase and then we're gonna get small again. That's all there is to it. Move the bookcase. By the way, if you had like the rod, you'd have a quicker way to get small in that establishment. But right now, this is the fastest way and the only way, I think, of getting small in the city. Okay, now we're getting small. We're gonna go up to the attic. You know, do stuff in the attic. Still playing a bunch of Marvel Snap. Having a great time with it. Recently got Goose, which is a very annoying card for, you know, for you to play. You know what? Goose might be a good... Goose, by the way, is a card. It's a 2-cost card. Fuck me. Oh, actually, still in the shop. It's a 2-cost card that, 2-cost card that, mark that off on my tracker. The shop is good. Hyrule Well. We can go into Hyrule Well now. Okay. It's a 2-cost card. I just got it. I haven't really done anything with it yet. That prevents the enemy, or either player actually, from playing any 4, 5, or 6 cost cards at that location. So it's a pretty annoying deck, or pretty annoying play for an opponent to make. It really locks down a lane for like a lane for like bigger plays, right? Makes it so that you can't do anything on those locations, which can be annoying. But it can also be like, you know, it can shut you down, basically. Anyway, I'm thinking like maybe it might be good for my Hola Frizola deck, which is based around doing a big combo play on one location. And locking down a location I don't really want to use would be, I think, maybe a fun thing that I could do. You know, a fun, like, option for me. I have been kind of saying that, like, I don't know if Green Goblin really is like, doing that much business in that deck. Maybe that one would, maybe replacing it would be the correct option. That's a lot of the fun of Marvel Snap, you know. You play the decks, and you have a good time, but occasionally you'll have a better idea, and you'll be like, what if I use this card instead of that card? And you'll try it out, and, you know, you'll have fun with your new deck. It's so easy to deck build, because there's only 12 slots, and you can only have one of each, so, you know, it's not quite as fiddly or annoying as Hearthstone. You know, it's less work to get together a deck that works. In other words. Well, that's the Hearth Ledge. Got the Bakery Attic done. Now there's just one One in the bottom of the well. I'll just go ahead and drop down it. I said I'll just go ahead and drop down it. Still no sword, and by the way, I'll say that I did set it so that we do need to have... We got the wake up mushroom. Where's the wake up mushroom on the thing? There it is. I did set it so that I needed, so that we needed to get, the sword up to some, like, level, nearly the maximum level before we can finish. And, for what it's worth, we do have to get the sword up to nearly the maximum level to finish the last dungeon, which is going to be one of the ones that's required, so that's not going to make that much of a difference, but still worth noting. We need a sword to be very good. Oh, he's finishing our shoes. Oh, it's just money. Okay, there's a business shrub. There's a rocks chest. I got the rocks chest. I got that chest. Looks like we can go now to... Let's see. Can we go to the dungeon? Oh, we can totally go to the water dungeon. But we can't swim, so... You know, it's going to be a little difficult to get on in there. How do we do that? How do we get to that place? Well, let's just use this. Little Bernie. Alright, let's go. I think we have two options right now. We can go in the direction of the woods, or we can go in the direction of the mountains. And as you can see, I'm going towards the forest. Well, I say as you can see, maybe you don't have the map in front of you. Maybe you don't remember like which way is the forest. The forest is that way. The mountains are that way. I have made sure to point in the right direction based on, you know, the camera feed, so you're welcome. Actually, it's sort of more the bottom left is where the forest is, but, you know, same difference. Alright, we checked his pot. Now just find our way to the other areas. Ooh, we can get this whole business right now. By the way, this game allows you to like customize Link's color, and I went with a black tunic. Thought it would look cool. Sure enough, it does look cool. 20 rubies. And a piece of heart. Makes 6 hearts. Very good. Alright, what now? Oh, I can use this to get above here. And this will help me get to the areas, you know, of the lake. Perfect. Alright, let me mark those off. Make sure I'm... Make sure I'm, updating my thing properly. Let me get the dried up pond taken care of. I can do that right now with what I got. 1 rupee! Ah, such is when you randomize rupees into the pool. A lot of 1 rupees to find. What's up with this heart piece? Is it anything? It's nothing. Okay, cool. We can just mark it off. Oh, we can also go over here. There's a crack. There's a crack in the thing. Up here. We'll just go ahead and take care of that, you know, while we're here. I guess on Friday, I'm gonna watch Glass Onion. Looking forward to that. There's been a lot of discourse about it on the internet. People arguing back and forth about it. People who are like weird and conservative have a problem with it. and talk a bunch of shit about it. And I'll tell you, I am very annoyed by both them and also the people who are arguing them because, like, dudes, come on. Fucking thing's been out, like, not even a week. What the fuck? Why are you talking openly on like, platforms that do not have spoiler tags? Just, like, fuck you. I don't care, man. Like, no matter how sick your dunk is on fucking, you know, who the fuck? Jordan Peterson. It's not Jordan Peterson. It's like whoever the guy is who's been complaining about it, the big conservative fuck. Yes, we know he's an idiot. Okay, cool. I can climb walls, but does that justify? Does that like make it okay to just fucking put spoilers on my feed? Even if it's just structural, like, oh yeah, it's a mystery movie. It's sort of proceeds as if, you know, with a lot of, like, red herrings and stuff. It's a lot of, like, mystery. It's like, dudes. I mean, I know this is the second one, but, and what you're describing sounds kind of, like, structurally not that dissimilar from the first one, but come on, guys. Also, like, seriously, for like... Okay, cool, that's nothing, I can mark that off. For, like, the motherfucker, right? The conservative Jordan Peterson ass, whoever it is, right? Talking about, like, oh, this movie doesn't like, rich people. Probably. That's probably what they're saying, right? That's basically what they're saying. I'm pretty sure. It's like, when you see that and you think... Guys, you know, did you see the first one? You know? It's like, yeah. Like, did you not get the ending to the first movie? Did you not, like, pick up on what it was putting down? Because, like, yeah, this series as a whole is not, like, does not have positive things to say about the idle rich. And, you know, that's not a coincidence. Like, what are you talking about? Like, oh my god, it's a big surprise. This movie is, you know, doesn't seem to like rich people. It's like, yeah, buddy, what movie do you think you were watching? Anyway. A lot to do about nothing, I suppose. Alright, here we are in Deepwood Shrine. It is a wait, that's not right. This Deepwood Shrine is the other one. This is Fortress Temple of Droplets. I was looking at my tracker and picked the wrong one. That's why I said the wrong name. This is Temple of Droplets. And by the way, I do not have key sanity on. The keys will be in this dungeon somewhere. You know what's nice? Since we have the torch, since we have the lantern, we can just melt those motherfuckers. No puzzles for us, thanks. This is either going to be a small key or a big key. It's a big key. Let's see. The big key lets us go new places. We're just going to quick warp out. The structure of this dungeon is very cute. I think it's nice how it starts off with the boss room right there, and that sort of forms like the main room. I think it's a nice change of pace compared to the previous dungeons where, you know, the boss room wasn't the second room. Okay, through this room, this hallway has several rupees in it. It's 5 of them, in fact. And let's see if any of them become items. Found a dungeon map that don't matter. We got a small key. We got a small key. We got a heart piece. Alright. We got 5 arrows. We don't have currently the ability to swim, so we can't go that way. But we can go the other way. Since we have the torch and all. Kind of fun exploring this dungeon with just a jump. You know, usually you would have the ability to swim and not the ability to jump, so it's kind of funny that this game works as well as it does with this random assortment of items. Works really well in that way. I said the other day that I think this is the second best randomizer that I got into this year. I think part of that is that there are so many items that offer like different ways of like traversing the environments and different ways of like shortcutting the game that you know, which I think is just really lovely in a randomizer. And also, Minish Cap is just a phenomenal game. I do think Paper Mario edges it out. I say edges. I do think Paper Mario like is a better one significantly. And if you wanted me to like say like why, I would say like, well, part of it is that I do think that Paper Mario Randomizer has a lot more in the way of customization. That's a start. Basement frozen chest, there we go. A lot more customization in Paper Mario. There's also more polish insofar as like the Hyrule Castle part of this game is not great, so they give an option to just, you know, do a pedestal ending, just end as soon as you get to a certain part of the game. And that's nice, but it would be better if there was a way to just do like a expedited castle, right? Where, you know, like, oh, you could say just like a boss rush version of the castle. That would be nice. You know, just where you were doing like the final boss or a couple of boss fights and then end. That would be better than just pedestal ending, which kind of comes off as a little bit anticlimactic to me. I don't have... Please be enough. Oh wow, throwing the bombs at them hurts them. I think we're fucked. Yeah, we're oof. We're all out of fucking... We're all out of, can the boomerang do it? Damn it. I can't, like... I can't, like, light them on fire. Or can I, like, shield them to death? Yeah, I guess, quick warp, we gotta leave. Well, we got this, we got that, we got, should we go give that another shot? I wonder if we can get more bombs. If we could get more bombs, we might be able to do it like on a second go. But that is a little bit uncertain. You know what? We'll come back here once we have a sword. Tell you what. Which, by the way, we've gone really late into this run without finding a sword. Well, not that late, but kind of late. Okay, we're leaving things on the table there. Let's sort of get out of here. I say sorta, let's definitely get out of here. Like, for real. Alright, we could go over to the forest. The lake was an option, something we can do, but we can't do everything there, and, maybe we should go somewhere where we can go and do everything. Like the forest. Well, that's not true. We can't do everything in the forest. We can only do some things in the forest. But we can do something, a lot of something. And I think that's lovely. Here's a piece of heart. That's across the pond. Need to go to the syrup shop and maybe buy a thing. Big rupee. Thank you. That's nothing. Okay, there's gonna be two things over there. Let's see what they are. Rupee and more rupees. That is, I suppose, the danger of just like rupee, including rupees in the item pool, just because you end up getting so many damn rupees, it's kind of funny. Let's see. Buddy. A kinstone piece? Oh, not a good one, though. Okay, that was a bad one. That was not worth money. Easy come, easy go. Not like I was using that money anyway. Oh, okay, we got the money back. That worked out. Literally spent 100 rubies. Then just regained it immediately. A joy butterfly for digging. That is this one. It's time to become small. That's right, folks. We're becoming small. We're gonna run over here. I'm like sort of mashing on the trigger, or to like roll repeatedly. I rolled into a lake. It doesn't matter. Alright, that's one thing that we can do here. What else can we do right now in the little tiny town? Minish Cap. We can also do a barrel and a dock heart piece. Let's see what the barrel has. Turn around, the barrel has nothing. I played with the rupee, with rupees as like options before, as like as part of the item pool before. I think it's a little hit and miss. Got that. I do think that the lorry open. I do think that it's cool to walk into a room and get like a dozen things. You know, a dozen rupees that are now regular items. But also, so much of the rest of the game becomes just getting rupees that it's kind of a shame, like how it's a little bit monotonized, a little bit samey in that respect. unfortunate. Also, it's fun to play with different options, and you know, sometimes they're gonna be good, sometimes you're gonna like them, sometimes you're gonna get in there and go like, oh, this isn't right, this is wrong. Well, I actually should have done it the other way. Oh well. And you know, whatever you find out, as long as you're relaxing and having a good time, it's all fine. It don't matter that much. A magical boomerang. Like a boomerang, but magical. The boomerang in this game is the most optional item in the game. You don't need it. I don't even know it's really that useful. Maybe on like some fights, I guess. Oh, we got 1 rupee. 2 rupees, 50 rupees. Okay. We did this beanstalk. We did the beanstalk in the cave. There's a chest near the farm. That is another heart piece. Shit. Okay. I think we're going to World 2. I think that's the next place we're going. Because we pretty much tapped everything except for like some items that are in the Temple of Droplets that are behind enemies that are, you know, we don't have a sword, so a little tricky to defeat them reliably. There's a business truck in there. Let's go see what he's selling. Spit at me. What'd you say? You said rubies? Yeah, sure, I'll take 20 rubies for 20 rupees. That sounds fine. Jesus. Okay, we're heading now to the... We can do a lot here, actually. In fact, we can even get so far as the dungeon itself. Because we have the climbing claws. Flippers! Yo, what's good? We just got the flippers. Okay, let's... Well, I'd go back to that dungeon, but I still don't have a sword, and that's still gonna be a pretty big bottleneck for us. Not being able to sword guys, you know? Okay, there's nothing in this fountain. Those rupees are nothing but different rupees. Drop a bomb. Drop a bomb on it. Catchphrase of a certain someone. Kinda. Well, not really. I think if you disappear, you shrink while the bomb is going off. It does go off in the end, but doesn't it worry you though? Okay. Maybe I was misremembering. There is totally a spot elsewhere in the game where you need to go into the water to get a thing, but not there. I'm gonna like dive down. Oh. Ah. Renal Minish hole. Okay, so there's some holes up here we need to go to, and fortunately, look at this. Since I can jump, I can do this. Kaboom. Little shortcut. Oh, I don't have bombs right now. Damn it. Man, I need more bombs. Bombs! Need them! Fuck! Fuck! Please tell me you're selling bombs. Yeah, I'll take them. Thank you. That's actually key. There is a thing that, like, determines if the logic is such that you might need to use bombs in place of swords or whatever. Or, like, bows and arrows in place of swords. And that'll be, like, in logic. And I believe that defaults to not. So I don't think that we need to get... I don't think there's going to be cases where we need to use bombs to get through fights. Not going to be logically required, but oh hey, if we can do it, we could maybe save some time. That's sneaky. Ugh. Okay, one bomb there. One bomb there. One bomb there. Usually, you know, in the original game, you'd want to use the suck jar. You know, the jar that sucks to get through these, clear out these doodads, but don't have access to that. I don't have access to that anyway. So all I can do is lay down just a shitload of bombs. The cane! Oh, wow. That kind of gives us the runabout. That kind of lets us do most everything in the second dungeon. That said, that second dungeon is not required to beat the game. You know, it's not one of our actual dungeons that has stuff in it. But hey, you know, still. Still, it's, that dungeon surely will have a bunch of stuff in it that we'll want, so, you know, let's do it. Let's go. Oh, wait, I need to grab a bean. I need to grab a bean. Is there a water source as well back here? Damn it. Then I have to go get some more green water. Neglected to get some earlier. God damn it! Ugh. Okay, there we go. I need to warp back. We need some green. Some magic green water. This magic green water will let us, Do we actually need the magic green water? Actually, come to think of it... Excuse me, I'm thinking about it. I do have the ability to climb, so the magic green water might be optional for us. We got the Minish hole, we got the creek. Got the base chest. Bridge cave. It's like there's something in there. Oh, I'm sleepy. Sleepy. rupees that we don't have inventory for. Or rupees. Unnecessary, but okay. All right, what does that sign say? Well, let's go up and make a fast travel point. I mean, it's not really gonna help us that much, but why not? Okay, here there's a finished path chest and a I don't see why not going to the I'm just gonna go into the dungeon, fuck it. You know what? It's cool, it's good. A lot of pieces of hearts. Let me bring up the Cave of Flames. Name this dungeon. Oh wow, that's nice. One bomb gets it done. A dungeon map for this dungeon? Alright, don't mind if I do. I don't care if I do either, but you know, whatever. Will be one more heart. Motherfucker. A small key. Oh. Hey, Seagull. Bit tired, but managing, you know. How you doing? How you doing, Seagull? I'm doing Minish Cap Randomizer now. I'm gonna do some DK64 after. And just hoping things go nice and smooth, you know? So far, I have not found a fucking sword, so, you know, could be going better, I suppose, but well, we found lots of items already. And, jeez, can I kill these guys? I have 5 bombs to do it. Oh, great, and the bombs. Okay. Okay, 1 bomb and a boomerang will do it, so. God damn it! Oh my god. Ah! Managed it. That's okay. Hell of a thing to do. Okay. You're doing well? Nice. Finished it. Oh, that's good. That's pretty good. Because this is Minish Cap and all. I did manage it. Finish it. Very good. I now know that that's the great key, so let me just mark that down on my tracker. All right. Really hoping for a sword. That's what we need right now. We need a fucking sword. Any sword will do. Well, really, it's gonna be just like the main sword. Oh, what was that? That was probably bow and arrow or something. I'm gonna guess bow and arrow. That opens the door. How's the volume, by the way? I assume it is quite nice and good. You let me know if ever you can't hear me very clearly over the game sound. Pretty good. Gotcha. Nice. Oh, like... Wow, okay, I can't. Oh, you know what? I got the rod. The rod will do it. Just rod him. You ever play Minish Cap, Seagull? A quite good game. Quite good. You have not. Very fun Zelda game. If you like Zelda, you know, Minish Cap is a really good one for the GBA. The shrinking down mechanic is quite nice. It leads to some areas with some, you know, little big world type things. You know, big areas. And enemies that are small enemies who are big just by nature of you shrinking down, which is fun. Compass. We don't really need compass or whatever, you know, given that we know where things are, but I'll take it nonetheless. Okay, with this we can go. Huh. My map is telling me there's nothing more in this dungeon to get right now. It seems kind of odd to me. Oh god, I can't sword the switch, so I can't go over there. The second part of the dungeon. Oh. I got the key to open the door, but I don't have the sword to hit the switch. Oh my god. Didn't think about that. That's... You know, that's where they get you, you know? I'm gonna quick warp out of here. Mark all these off. And now we're gonna go... Wait, I think I marked the wrong one up. Whatever, I'll manage. Okay, here. Can we get... Like... This might be the wrong way to go. But I at least can start off by getting this one on this end. 20 rupees. I have currently rupee sanity on. You know, rupees are part of the item pool. So, as a result, you're going to find a lot of rupees. But also there are some really big areas that have like a bunch of stuff in them. You know, a bunch of rupees that are now a bunch of items, which is pretty nice. Kind of a bummer though, getting so many rupees when you only have a wallet that is, you know, not large enough for it. Alright, that's that. I'll have to come in from the other side, I suppose. Today, before starting the stream, I cooked up... You're gonna lurk? Hell yeah, dude. No problem. I cooked up a bunch of spaghetti. A whole big thing of spaghetti. And ate it. With some sausage. You know, some sausage as well. I cooked that up too. Turned out quite nicely. Sausage and spaghetti. That is just a very, very natural combo. Just a lovely thing, you know? I don't have any bombs, so I can't get in there. Nor can I lift these up? Yes, I can. Please have a bomb for me. That's like the one thing I cook these days, and I've cooked it like, maybe like a half dozen times across the course of the year. It's always very nice to have spaghetti. I think that, I do it every time. I have spaghetti, I think, God damn, this is good. I think, oh god, this is a good spaghetti. And I wonder, why can't spaghetti you get at a restaurant be as good as the spaghetti that you get just following the directions on the packet of spaghetti? You know, and then using some garden combination ragu. What's up with that? Every time I go to a restaurant, the spaghetti is shit. Except there was this place called Spaghetti Warehouse, which was really good, and I really liked. But since then, most of the spaghetti I get just doesn't measure up to the spaghetti I can make at home. I would take Chef Boyardee over most restaurant spaghetti, too. You know, that's... Chef Boyardee ain't bad. Certainly better than the average restaurant, I would say. 5 rubies for 40? God, okay, whatever. Okay, that's that. We need to go over to the Krenel Wall. Oh no, we died. It's all cool, it's all good, it's all good. It doesn't matter. Okay, next. We're gonna climb up the Krenel Wall. That's our next thing. Now that we have the flippers, we can actually go into the first dungeon. Also, it's worth noting. You know, I'll say... there have been whole spans where we haven't gotten, like, new items or anything, but... the items we got do allow us to go a lot of places, so... you know, just... I should occasionally think about that. Just... oh, I guess count my blessings. Count my blessings. That's a little weird. I should think about that and go like, oh, well, that's nice. Okay, it's not going that badly. There's still a lot of more places we can go. And for that, we can be thankful. Hey, I did neither. I did a regular bomb, and I want it back. Give me my bomb back. You think 5... man... 5 rubies for a bomb? I guess that's a decent like trade, but honestly, I got rupees like I got so many rupees I can't hold all of them. Honestly, I'd like my bomb back because I'm constantly running out of bombs. I'm never running out of rupees. Seriously though. There's a beanstalk. We're gonna go up the beanstalk after I go down and say hello to this guy. Oh wait, no, that's not right. There's a wall chest. What does that mean? Wall chest. I guess I got everything over here actually. I just need to do the beanstalk now. Ooh, we finally got a sword! Oh, nice. Oh shit, now we can attack people. And we got the boots as well. Look at that. Things are suddenly looking up. Can you believe we went over an hour without a sword? Holy shit. Over an hour without a sword. That is fucking, huh. That is too long to go without a sword, honestly. Okay, here, there's just one thing we can get, I think. And then everything else we've already gotten along this path. The rainy chest. There it is. Now we can quick warp the fuck out of here. Alright. Okay, now that we have a sword, we can go back into the Cave of Flames and actually get the remaining shit here that we couldn't get while we didn't have, you know, the most basic of items, a sword. We do, by the way, need to get, like, nearly all the sword upgrades to do this, you know, to get all the dungeons cleared and get all the elements and stuff. But, not gonna worry about that. That's gonna work out. Look at that, we can stab people now. Very, very good. Just to think, we were just, like, not that long ago, stabbing everything with bombs. Trying to make bombs work as a sword would. That's randomizers for you. You know, they're random, you see. I don't have barely any health. It'll probably be fine. You know what? I bet this is a heart piece. Nope. Not a heart piece. I bet we will get a heart piece soon. In like a minute. Well, a heart is nearly as good as a heart piece. We bomb this wall. Big key. That said, this is one of the dungeons that we don't really have to finish, but it could have something in it that is essential. So, you know, whatever. Maybe we should save it for, like, you know, as close to last as possible, you know, do all the other dungeons. And then if we still don't have what we need, come back here and we finish it off. Alright, nice fights. Let's see what we got. Oh, look at that. There's a piece of heart. Told y'all one would come. Just had to wait like half a second. Key door. Oh, I should be keeping better track of what I've gotten, what I haven't gotten. Gotten these 3 items. That's it. Cool. Jeez, I think did I just start a rewatch of something? Not the other day, no. Mia, I think, is still the latest thing I've been rewatching. Let me see. Did I start something? Yeah. No, Mia. Still the latest thing I've been watching. It's great. You know, it's the kind of show where I'm willing to watch like multiple episodes in a day. You know, just like, okay, I watched an episode of something else. How about another episode of Mia? That's sort of how I've been going about Horimiya, which is, you know, a pretty good thing you could say about a show when it makes you want to watch, like, multiple of it in a row and you don't get bored or tired. Or maybe not in a row. I like to do them, like, spaced out by other shows, you know, like, oh, I've been meaning to finish this show, Orange, which is, I've not been enjoying very much, but I've been meaning to finish it. So I watched an episode of that, then I went back to Horimiya, watched another episode of it. That was like the other day. Like the other night. I think like maybe, I forget what night or if I had streamed that night, but you know, I might have doing a lot of streams recently. Not sure if I'm gonna do... Not sure what my plans are for the next couple days, honestly. Still working it out. Maybe Rockbreaker? Let's see. Rockbreaker. Down. Rock. There we go. That's that. Do I have that? Yes, I do. Alright, final room. We can go fight that boss right now, actually. Wouldn't be that hard and will give me 2 items, which isn't very many considering that rupees are included in the item pool. So it's probably just going to be 2 rupees. If I had to fucking guess, but it could also be 2 somethings. Wait, you can jump over these platforms? Oh, that changes everything. I can just jump directly to the... I can if I can manage it. Jump directly to the second one. There we go. You know, just having a... Honestly, right now, I'm just kind of having a quiet, relaxing New Year's week. Not really thinking about much, not really getting up to that much. Most productive things I've been doing is cooking food and, you know, wrapping... Doing like Christmas related stuff, which is, you know, not quite the same, is it? Fuck. Is there a... What is this place? Kind of a weird... Oh, I see. I went in it backwards, didn't I? I went out the entrance. I went out the... I went into the exit. I will say again, really want to do more Persona 5 Royale. And I'm honestly tempted, even though, you know, I'm fully intent on today doing this whole game, plus another, you know, plus DK64. I am expecting to be in the right headspace for more Persona tomorrow. Which might be... I mean, I don't know, man. Might be a bad idea, but... God damn, I want to do it. I want to play more Persona 5. It's such a good game. I'm just so in the mood. Despite the amount of time I've been streaming, I want to do more. I want to hit up those games. I recently put on the name... I put onto that stream series the name The Long Haul. So all the YouTube VODs of that Mirror Shield. Don't think that actually does anything for me. Mirror Shield. Go. I put on those videos the name The Long Haul. You know, because we're kind of in for the long haul with them. I figure it's an appropriate name for that series. Because Persona 5 Royale is extremely long. We're in it. for the long haul. So it's a true description. The name is true. Alright, I think that's basically we're basically done with this dungeon. We just have to beat the boss now. Alright. We're in for the long haul with that. Also, it's a little bit of a like it's a little similar to the endurance run, which is a feature the feature that got me into Persona. Back in the day, Giant Bomb did Persona 4, the endurance run, where they, you know, over the course of like 100 episodes, they did like Persona 4, like I think even more, maybe even more than 100 episodes actually. They did Persona 4, you know, completely, you know, at least the complete as in they finished the game, I suppose, anyway. And I kind of see this as similar, though I will say probably won't be 100 episodes, considering that in the first two I did like 13 hours total. So, you know, we're kind of going in bigger spurts, bigger sessions than they ever did. You know, sort of hours and hours at a time, which is a fun way to do it. And definitely is a way to go if you want to finish that game. You know, if you do the math, we're like nearly a 10% of the way through it in 2 streams. That implies like what? 18 more streams? If everything like went smoothly. If everything went smoothly, I guess. I am really getting worked by the fire here. But it's fine, we killed him. Maybe I should take it easy tomorrow, take it easy Friday, and then maybe take it easy New Year's Eve, come back on New Year's with a Persona stream. Maybe that'd be the way to do it. Alright, that's that. And also I got a bigger bomb bag. I love a bigger bomb bag. I love it when my bomb bag is so massive, overwhelmingly big. Oh, let's go. Let's do it. Let's leave. Let's go. Yeah, let's get the fuck out of here. Let's go. Let's leave. Okay, we're gonna get the fuck out of here. We're gonna leave. That was that dungeon. We got a few nice things, a few nice items, and certainly we're in the right ballpark. Next, you know, I know where we're going next, actually, because we got enough items to do the 4th dungeon, the water dungeon. So we're gonna go and do that. We're gonna complete it. We're gonna do everything. Hey, can you teach me? What was that? 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 That was clouds, I think. I think that's clouds. Alright, now that I got this, I can do other things, like the waterfall guy. I can just go ahead and grab that on the way back to the 4th temple, 4th dungeon. I can also grab this chest, it's arrows. I can grab this chest, it's rubies, money. No, I can also do some stuff over here now because I have the boots. I have the ability to run. Let's do the Hyrule Castle stuff while we're in the vicinity, in the ballpark, in the area. Alrighty then. Ow, ow. Okay, I don't think that one's anything. The only thing is in the hole up here. This is something. It's money. What about over here? Don't kill me. Oh my god, don't kill me. Stay away. Damn it. Oh. Yeah, it killed me. It's fine, I'm good. Honestly, I needed to be killed there. And my heart's back. Die. That is a tough son of a bitch. Jeez, takes so many sword hits. Alright, now that that's done, there's just one more thing I can do as a small fella here. Go over here. And go into another hole in the wall. And you know, get whatever's inside. As you do. Okay, it's money. One more thing, gotta talk to the trainer. You know, with this sword... Oh, you know what? We can't do everything in the dungeon right now, actually, come to think of it. Because we don't have the second level sword. We need the sword upgrade in order to get past one part of the level. We can do a lot in there, though. Another bottle. Yeah, we can do a lot there, and that's better than nothing. And, you know, we might find what we need to, like, finish it or something. You know? We might find additional swords. Very, very possible. It's the dungeon we can do the most in right now, so it's the dungeon we're going to. Okay, let's go this way. Up. You know what I could really use? I could really use the fast travel ability. The fast travel like Ocarina. In other words. That would be very handy if we could find that. Well, not that handy, but, you know, it'd help us get around a little faster anyway. Money. I'm gonna do dungeon stuff before doing like the... Okay, you know what? We're gonna do the Blake stuff before dungeon stuff. I know I just said the other thing, but then I did this. Wait, can we get this? Oh yeah, we can. We just have to do this. We enter the room and then we enter it from the other side. This lets you get split. Gauge. Faster. Okay, whatever. Kind of funny how that works out. Alright, one more thing here. There's another Minish Cap hole. Minish hole over here. This one? No, it's not. This is the hole. Okay, and you can't tell if it's good or bad without going over there. Lucky I can jump. That's going to make it a lot faster to find out that it's 20 rupees. Okay, into the dungeon. Dungeon time. Now, to get to the ability to, like, finish the dungeon, we do need to get, like, 2 sword upgrades in the dungeon. So that's gonna be maybe a bit unlikely. You know, that's gonna be a bit of a stretch, you see. But it's not impossible, I guess. You think that... Alright, let's temple of droplets here. Let's focus on doing the water side now. Last time we were here, couldn't swim in the water. That meant we couldn't do any of the stuff over here. Now we can, so we can. Isn't that convenient? We don't have the gust bellows, so we can't do anything with the lily pad, but maybe that won't be required. Well, that doesn't help. We can swim, so you know we don't really need the belly, the gust bellows that much. Also, we can jump. Also handy. Right, in the bottom of the jar will be money. I can't go any further this way. Warp back. Mark off those on the map. Now I'm going to go this way, and we're going to go down this path one more time, except I'm going to get to the part where I couldn't go any forward any further before. And we're going to kill the guys I couldn't kill because I didn't have a sword. Now, I'm not sure how long this is going to take me, but I will say... I'll say this. I think this game, you know, as you get into the late game, as you get into the later parts of a run... You start having, like, more, you know, you start having, like, more and more of the items. As such... there's fewer and fewer things for you to find. So, it starts to get all... Things start to come together faster and faster, you know? And suddenly it's like, oh, well, we kind of have most... By the time, I think, we'll be finishing, like, our first or second dungeon, we'll have time, we'll be able to do pretty much any dungeon in the game. If we had, you know, if we had to. Which, in this case, we do. It's funny that the first one we could finish was the one that didn't give us any, oh, well, let me mark that off then, actually. It's funny that that one was the first one we could finish, considering. Small key. Another small key for us. Wait, we definitely had more of them, so yeah, I think, yeah, we had gotten all the small keys in the dungeon, I believe. Okay, I'm a little low on health, but I'll be fine. Gotta get good. You just gotta... Perfect defense! Ah. Next time. Okay. Take two. Alright, I can just break pots now. It's handy. Okay, okay. Relax. Gonna take it easy. Fucking! Just gonna do it right the first time. Not gonna need any... Without the Gust Bellows, there's definitely a few things we can't do in the dungeon. Like, we can't do the boss, the mini-boss. We can't do anything involving lily pads. But some of that stuff we can do with other items, like the torch. For instance, we'll also do the trick of destroying webbed walls. Wow, I can do like a spin attack there. For that, we're doing some like fancy guy moves. Money! Okay, fuck. Let me mark these on the map as I'm getting them. Okay, there's one up there. Give me something good, please. Nope. More money. Okay. Also worth noting that the other place where there's an ice block, we now know that there's it's not a key, so we probably should go get it. God damn it! Oh my god. Fucking. Yeah, I'll get it right now, actually. Go through here. The door. And through here. And there's a little bit of a puzzle here, but fuck that. I got a lantern. Money. You know, like I said earlier, I guess that's the cost of, you know, diluting your item pool with a bunch of, like, little, you know, tiddly little collectibles, right? Like, it seems good in theory, right? And it is good in theory that, like, oh yeah, you know, you find some really big caches with stuff in them. But also, everything else is just a little less valuable as a result. Can be exhausting. Just a little bit, just a little bit. Well, we've done the maze already, so that's nice. Just run through it. real quick. I could even, like... Yeah, I'm gonna try jumping over my enemies. Not working out great. Oh well, jumping over the flying enemies does not avoid damage so much, I guess. Okay, let's see. I can go up here. Wonderful. I think I might be able to get a fast travel point. I go just a little bit farther. I have to kill these guys first. Use the boomerang. Oh, that makes it so much easier. Jeez. Also, yes, there's our backtrack or our warp points. Oh, that's good. There's also a bunch of rupees under the walkway here, apparently. Let's see what they turned into. It's gonna be like the most lucrative part of the dungeon. How many rupees are there? Let's see. There's 5 of them. Single trophy. Piece of heart. Bow and arrow. Pretty good. And then there's a room where we need 2 more sword upgrades to get through. That's not bad. That's not a bad result. Alright. Here, there's more stuff to grab. In particular, this chest, which just has arrows in it, and there's also a little guy. A little, chest to get. 50 rubies. And I think that's it for now. Yeah, we can't get up to here without the ability to use the little rafts. And over here, it doesn't do us any good if we can't use a raft to, like, get around. Because we need to be able to get off the raft, jump over to here. I can, however, at least take down this gate for later. It's gonna be probably good eventually. This dungeon is tapped. Done everything we can here. Alright. We can go to Dungeon 1 now. We don't have the Dungeon 1 weapon. Or Dungeon 1 item. Jeez, weapon. But there is a bunch of business we can do there. We can also go to back to town. Maybe something in town has opened up now that we have all sorts of new things. All sorts of new items. Maybe. It's hard to say. What is that? Oh, there's a Minish Woods Great Fairy. How do you get the fuck over there? Oh, from over there, huh? Let me see if I can go over there where the Great Fairy is. Yeah, I just need the Corey Cane and then I'll do it. Let's do this. Yeah, that'll be one. Hey, hey. What? You got 5 rubies? Okay. Wait, there were several things there. Oh, whoops, I hit the wrong thing, but I know what it is I hit. I'm gonna go check there now. Next. No, this game wouldn't be a bad one for, like, the addition of, like, custom items or something, right? If they wanted to make, like, items that were not originally in Minish Cap, like, you know, like the fire rod, for instance, or, like, is the ice rod in here? Or, like, an ice rod or something. That'd be cool. That would be the kind of addition you'd look at and go, like, oh, wow, that's fun. I noticed in Paper Mario the other day, they added a new enemy that wasn't originally in the game. Like the Dino Rhino, which was only... Well, it was in the game, but not as an enemy you fought, just as a, like, a NPC, sorta, in the environment. And now you can fight him, and it's kind of funny. That's that they just, like, you know, are adding new things to the game that aren't just... It's not strictly based on, you know, anything that's in the original game. Or, you know, not exactly based. And I would encourage anyone, you know, making such a game to just go ahead and do stuff like that. That's fun, you know? You don't have to worry too much about, you know, authenticity. You're making a new game. Just go ahead and do the new thing. Okay, I got all these ones now. I can also go talk to Tingle. But... there's 2 things we can do. There's one thing we can do here before we go into the dungeon. Ooh, but let me do something clever. Let me do something smart. I'm gonna enter the dungeon, and then I'm going to go get the one item that's... Wait, would that work? I'm not sure if this will work, but I'm gonna enter the dungeon. Then I'm gonna exit the dungeon, and I'm gonna go get whatever item is way over here. There's an item way over on the right side of the forest. You have to be small to get it and be able to swim. Oh wait, that's not how it works. Okay. Okay, that's right. You have to sort of swim in from the lakeside, right? Okay, I forgot about that. I guess I should have gotten it earlier when I was in the lake. The neighborhood of the lake. Anyway, Deepwood Shrine, let's do it. $5 rupees. That's not great, but you know, hey. Right, there's gonna be a key here probably. I need the... Can I just light these instead of like hitting the switches? Or do I have to hit the switches? I can just totally light these without stepping on the switches. That's nice that they have that as a... But that's just how that works. Who would have known? There's really no need for it though, of course, but I thought it was fun to do. Right, light this up. That releases the barrel. About at the 2-hour mark now. and just going into... And still haven't cleared a dungeon that actually has an element in it, but sword took us so long to get. I guess that makes sense. That, that everything else would be a little slower. You know, and still, we haven't even gotten a second sword upgrade. So, you know, Ooh, you know, some of these dungeons might take a bit to get everything for. All right. Now this is rolling. Let's go over here. There's a compass over there. I really don't need it, so I'm just gonna consider it collected. Not gonna worry about it, you know? Meanwhile, let's go over here. Collect this item. There's a chest over here. This out the way. Just money. Is there anything else we can do in this dungeon? Looks like the answer is no. Actually, that is a bit surprising, but okay, shit. I guess we've done everything we can do according to this tracker anyway. Anything we can do without getting the without getting the blower, the sucker. Huh. Okay. Where are we going? There's the flipper's hole. That won't help. Warping back will not accomplish anything. Okay, let's There is one place now. Malari. Oh, there's an item after you finish the second dungeon, isn't there? And since we finished it, we can go talk to Malari and get an item. Oh, I forgot about that. Forgot that was a thing. There's also a bunch we can do in actual, like, Hyrule Village, you know, in the main town. So... Town? Town? Yeah, I guess town. Yeah, I can also stop by Tingle and turn in the Tingle quest. Yeah, let's do that. Turn in the Tingle quest. Arrows. Alright, next we got a Minish hole. Now that we got the flippers, we can go in the Minish hole. Let's do that. Meantime, I'm gonna, like, do some quick checking. Places that are open. If there's any of them that are, like, super lucrative, I wonder. Kinda looks like there's just, like, a couple of things here, a couple of things there. Not really any location that has, like, a bunch of rupees all in one place, for instance. At least none that I can see. Wow, that was a pretty far warp back. I would have thought that it would have been when we went into, like, the when we switched from this area to that area, South Hyrule Field. I guess it's all Hyrule Field is the thing. Okay, we're going into town. We're going to do a bunch of town stuff. That's the next place to check. Most lucrative thing in town here is the dojo because he has three whole things for us. All right, first off. Nothing. Second. Nothing. Give me the third. Last one here. Nothing. Okay, next we have, we can do Simon's Simulacrums, which is a little combat minigame. Where you pay 10 rubies and then you fight some monsters. I would, you know, if I were in this world, if I was Link, I don't think this is really worth 10 rubies. I mean, come on, you go out and you fight monsters every day. You really need to pay to make Salmarak to do it in your sleep as well. You're getting ripped off. All this guy says is like, yeah, go to bed, have a dream, and when you wake up, he says, oh, you won, good job. Here's you know, 10 rubies. There's like a little reward. I guess he does give you something. How much of a ripoff can it be if he gives you something? It isn't even that he gives you something, that you literally find a reward in your dreams. And that's it. He says like, yeah, man, I got a bed here. It's all set up. If you want to like take a nap, go for it, man. And it's just 10 rubies. And you'll fight monsters in your sleep. That's right. And maybe you'll even find a reward for doing it. In your sleep, yes. Not real money, no. Not real money, that's right. Why would it be real money? I'll guess the Gust Bellows. I'm about to get the Gust Bellows. That's my little guess, based on absolutely nothing. Just a gut feeling. This room's gonna have a little bit of a fight against enemies. Okay, let's see what we got. Gust Bellows. 1 rupee. Not quite. All right. Now then. Next thing on the old docket. Next thing to check. Kind of running out of things to check here that I have access to. So, you know, something good has to be, like, coming up Coming up soon. Ugh. Waterfall. There's something behind the waterfall. Let's see what it is. Just money. Okay, let's see. School. There's a chest on the roof. Flip. There's a couple things we can get here at the school. Maybe, you know, our odds are a little better here than in other places we've been. Let's see. Let's go. No. Arrows are like the worst thing you can get. It's not even good, you know, like, bombs, they're very useful. But arrows, not this much. You can't really use them for puzzles like combat. Maybe a boss fight or two, that's what you can use them for. Not much else. That's the roof chest. Garden chest. Alright, well, I can't get that yet. What are the garden chests? I guess you must get, like, multiple chests for getting through there. Okay. Well, the town's spent. We've done everything we can do in the town. So, let's see now. Ugh. So, let me think a second about where we want to go next. First off, I want to go over here and make a shortcut back. Make a shortcut to this half of the level. Then there's a couple things we can get in this area before we leave. By hitting this tree. Going into a little path over here. Two of them, two things. Chest. And money. Fuck. Okay, we're gonna quick warp here. Jump across here again. Okay, we now know that to get to the thing that I was trying to get earlier, I need to go through here. Yeah, through here. Here we go. This will take us to another secret. I say secret. Another place we can check. And, we gotta check it. Okay. How about we just jump the whole fucking thing? Oh, that doesn't work. Heart container. Okay, that's that. Well, it's either up in the fucking mines again. You know, Mallory. Either I have to go talk to Mallory back in the second area, or it's somewhere in like the wait, didn't I get that? Oh, I got Grimblade. There's one thing on my map that I'm not sure if I got. Might have not done. But I didn't check it off when I did, so I'm not sure. Let's just be extra certain. Okay, you know what? I'm gonna go... Let's just fucking clear out the other areas that are possibilities. Let me just make sure I did this guy. I did do this guy, right? Remember very clearly doing this guy. Just confirm that he's all 100% good. Yeah, I did this guy. Yeah, mark him off. Okay. What I have to do now, I'm gonna go up to the mountains again and grab the one thing that was left over there. Just take a minute. And then, geez, there's like 4 places on the map where the next item could be, apparently. So we are like within like, we're about to get something good. I just don't know what the possible fuck it could be, considering. Okay, here we go. Ain't a packy. Pocky, maybe. Okay. My toe hurts a lot today. Wow, thanks for the sword. What was that? What was that? What was that? Well, that was something. Let me see. Well... Oh crap, that just opened the whole, that just opened yeah, that gives us access to the whole cloud area. So going over to like to the part of the map that we have, so in other words, we can now do a bunch of stuff over there that we previously couldn't, because we didn't have the stuff. That was actually worth the excursion because we were about to go into the ballpark of, yeah. Okay, shit. That was a good trip. We got a thing that opens up more stuff in an area that we were about to go to, which is about as good an excursion as you could ask for. You know, we just saved time going back here and then coming back later. You know, we don't have to go back and forth now. We can just, you know, go, well, we went back and now we're going forth once, though, not multiple times. If that makes sense. Let's clear out this area real fast. I got this. That's nothing. What's in the cave? Oh, the cave is a dude. The dude's in the cave. Hey, buddy. Go ahead. What do you got? Is that a new... new heart piece? I believe that it is. I guess I can check. Yes. Yes, that was a new one. Okay. South Falls Rubies. Oh! That's power bracelets. That's pretty good. Alright, we got the power bracelets. The fuck does that let us do? Power bracelets. Looking at the map, it looks like it unlocked precisely nothing. Yeah, I don't see a difference like before and after. Let me just toggle it and look. Yeah, nothing got added to the map when I turned on when I told it that we have the power bracelets. Huh. You know, we're making nice and steady progress, and that's kind of all I can ask for. No? There we go. Ow, ow, my toe. Really hurts. I think the toenail ended up being clipped a little bit too close. Some skin, I guess, is a little bit exposed, you know? Hurts. Just like a dull pain. You know? I'll manage. I mean, I slept fine. So, can't be that bad, right? Alright, load those in your quiver and fire them off. Because they're arrows. Bales, rock, chest. Okay, there's two things here. Oh my god! I just looked at one of the things that we have that we can do right now. There's like a bunch of rubies in the next cave. Oh boy. That's what we want to see, considering that you know, those could all be something good. Ah god, my toe. Alright, shit. Let's go into the cave. I'm gonna take a little bit of a break. I'll be back in a couple of minutes. I gotta go put a band-aid on this motherfucker. It's starting to really hurt. Ow! Alright, hopefully that helps. I also just took some aspirin, some Advil. Advil specifically. Hopefully that helps as well. It was perfectly fine for until just now. I don't know why it just started hurting really bad. I guess the body is a fucking mystery. Sometimes the body's just gonna notice like, hey, wait a minute, this nail is way too short. What the fuck? Hey, hey! Way too short, guy. You're gonna have to cover that up. Exposed to the air and elements? No. No way. Stuff. Book. Bottle. Cloud tops. That looked like wilds to me. Let me check. Is it 3 and 2 that we have? Yeah, 2 and 3. Alright, I think that's that check. Downstairs rupees are done. That's nothing. Right, I got that one. How about these ones? Did I get the bomb wall chest? Make sure I'm. Yeah, I got the bomb wall. Bomb wall, check. What the fuck is freestanding chest? Let me see. Maybe through here? Upstairs? Here we go, yes, that's the... Mole mitts! Now that is the most lucrative thing we've gotten in a minute. That opened up a lot of places for us to check. That is just very, very nice. Very, very good. Should we... Here's what I'm wondering. Is there any point to, like, going around the horn? Going around the cloud tops and collecting everything? I'm gonna say yes. Yes, there is absolutely point. Why wouldn't there be point? And we can turn in 3 of these as well. Also, hey, because we have the claws now, that all these areas are open to us. I'm not gonna turn in this one because I have 3 of them, so I should turn in the last ones. The ones that are further in. Leave the first 2 for now. Yeah, so this one will be the first one we do. Will be the first 2. These guys are pricks. I guess if you could swim in the clouds, it'd be a pretty good place to swim. You know, they're very fluffy, full of air. No, I cannot just jump over. I really appreciate how this this randomizer. I'm not sure. It's not like this in the original game, right? I think it's a slice of the quality of life thing they add, which is that they put the Caster Wilds. They put the ability to dash onto the left onto the L button. I'm not 100% sure. I don't think that the original game did that, but it is very handy and makes it much easier to always be running. Alright, here we go. Just jump over that guy, eat shit. Flop that in. I got these chests. I got that chest. I got this fusion. Bottom left chest. Okay, we're gonna fly across here. Get another chest over there. Nothing. Down here is another fusion. Go ahead and do that. Fly back up. That another chest for us. 1 rupee. Not very many. One more of these, and then they'll be dead. That'll be nothing. Alright, that's all the fusions that we can do right now. Do one more thing up here. One more item for us through here. Yes. Just money. And, yeah. Quick warp. I think just quick warp, right? I think we missed one item here. We just go get it before we leave. But that covers everything we can do in this upper area now. Now it's time to go put the claws to work. Digging claws. Because we've done everything now that doesn't require the digging claws. Well, we've done everything in the areas that we were going to. But we did find new items that allow for new things to collect. So let's go, do that thing. Use them. I'll know how it is. Oh, fuck. Let me down. Okay, here we go. There's a lot of lucrative caverns in this game with digging claws. Here there's a heart piece, which is that, nothing. And there's a chest. Let's see what we got. Heart piece. Didn't form a new one. That's fine. Well, it's not always going to. In fact, it's very rarely going to. Seldom. Alright, gonna... One more cave that just near where we found the strength thing. So let's go do that. Put that. Alright. How much is in this cave, I wonder? This cave has, I think, just 2. Oh. Just these 2 chests. Graveyard key. Yeah. If I'm being honest, I hope we don't have to go to the graveyard, because that's way out the fucking way. That's the one place I feel like I don't want to go. Don't want to have to go there. Too far. Let's go into the treasure cave. That's apparently what this next cave is called. It is a very lucrative cave full of treasure. And also a beanstalk with a heart piece in it. Or on it. I fed the dog, right? Yeah, I think I fed the dog. Okay, here we go. Treasure cave. There's like 7 or 8 chests here. Make sure to get them all. One. That's pretty good. A heart container. Not a bad first one. Here's the beanstalk. Three more things at top. Nothing. And more nothing. The thing that's fucked up about all this shit is we don't even have the bigger wallet, so money only goes up to 100. Not that it really matters. There's not that much you can even buy in this game. And most of it is under 100 rupees. With some exceptions that we've already seen, and we know that it's not key items. Not major items. So we don't have to get it. Basically. $20 rupees. Oh, that was 2 chests. 2 chests. Another chest. 3 more by my count. 3 more in this this dungeon, this like cave. That way leads to outside. We already saw that it was nothing outside, so we don't have to go that way. Piece of heart. What was that? That was some technique. Spin attack, spin, rock, roll. Already had the roll. Great spin attack. Really not sure. Great, I guess. I guess it was the great one. Is that it? No, one more. I think that's it for this cave. Alright, let's get the fuck out of here. There's another cave in the middle of the lake. Oh, fuck this. Let's do pork. There we go. Another cave in the middle of the lake. With you know, a digging that you can dig in. So let's dig in and you know, see what's inside. Bubble kiss. I think we can now do this guy. Guess we didn't do this guy before. Let's train, yes. Yes. Yay! 5 rupees. Okay, there's a cave over here. Let's go into it. Let me see. There should just be one thing here. A heart container. It's nice. And there's another cave over here. Another digging cave. Piece of heart. That gave us another one. And that was nothing. Okay, shit. Huh. Well. Where is the next one then? The next... There's the farm... Wait, farm rupee? Why couldn't we have that one before? Oh, you know what? The farm ruby's in the cave. It's in a cave, isn't it? That's it, isn't it? I mean, there wouldn't just be 5 bombs, like, on their own. That one's a fake. Great. There's chest in the cave. There's chest in it. I say that. Okay, next. There's a digging cave in town. That's where we're going. There's 3 in the cave and 1 in the town basement. White sword. Sick. 2 more chests here. Bitch, get off me. one left in this first cave area anyway. Alright, that's done, and one more thing right there. Empty bottle. Got a lot of empty bottles now. Maybe I should be carrying around fairies. Probably should have been doing that for a bit now. Alright. That's that done. I can get the rock breaker now, or I would have been able to. I'm gonna talk to this guy and he's gonna give me something. Yeah, I understand perfectly. I actually can already break rocks. Bombs. Okay. Well. There's 3 caves left that are open to us right now. I think at this rate, one of these caves has gotta have like a major item in it. Not this one. That's all this one has. Next one has 2 items in it. If it's not this, there's literally 1 cave in the game that we have access to. Literally the last possible item it could have been is the one it'll end up being. There's just 1 more chest in this cave. Hey, actually, we don't... Yeah, that's actually really good. We just got the sword, second sword upgrade. Jeez, we went from regular sword to upgrade a sword in like 2 minutes because, well, there were like 4 places it could have been. I'm gonna go up and I'm gonna get... Well, now that we got this sword, there's a couple of things we can do with it. One really quick thing we can do with it is go talk to the guy, and he's gonna hook us up with a new move. Well, he's not gonna do that. He's gonna instead just make us... He's gonna give us something. Jeez, that was fast. Hey, buddy. Oh, look how many chests are here. This is sick. Yeah. Nothing. Nothing. And more nothing. Less sick than previously indicated. There's one other place in this mountain that I can get to now that I couldn't do before. I think with what we got, we might be able to beat the third dungeon. I think we kind of have everything we need for the 3rd dungeon right now, actually. So we could totally go do that right now and make some really good progress. Also, can we beat without the gust bellows? Can we beat the wind ruins? Yeah, that's... We have everything we need to beat that, I'm pretty sure. That's right, calling squirrels, or ceiling squirrels, sorry. Ceiling squirrel. But first I'm gonna climb up this wall and get one last thing before I go there. Could end up being the item that we need for, you know, other things, you know how it is. We still need a ton of items to finish this game. Still need a ton of items. Wrong place. Here. This guy. Yeah. That's nothing. It's good to know that it's nothing. Okay, you know. Okay. Now that we have the sword, we can now go to, like, a whole fucking bunch of new areas. Most especially right here. This is, like, the main thing that's open to us. And you know what? I'm just remembering. There's a room with, like, a ton of rupees after this. We're about to get a big fucking payout. Like, I think on the other side of this bombable wall? No. I guess at the bottom of this stairway? Yes, okay, cool. Oh, look at that. That's so many things. Where the fuck are we? Let me hit this. Rupee Cave, yes. Not enough to form. Get a bigger bomb bag. Money. That's a wallet. Bigger quiver. And just money. That's not exactly the most lucrative place. None of those were like major items that actually unlock anything. But still, hey, it's fun to see a bunch of items all in one place. Freestanding chest. That was that one. Alright, this is a little short story. We light the torches. It's a monster. Monster says, here's 1 rupee. Please take this bribe. You go outside, you go back in. Now a guy lives there. He's gonna give you... Ooh, what was that? What was that? Which one was that? Rock breaker roll. Down thrust. Okay. That's not it. Where's down? That's dash. Down. There we go. I can get a thing from Dr. Left's house right now as well, but let's keep moving. Let's keep going forward. Oh, you know what? There's a ton of stuff at the top of this beanstalk. This beanstalk. Oh my god, this beanstalk. I'm looking at the tracker. This tracker says that the beanstalk is lucrative as fuck. Well, that's kind of mostly nothing, but okay. I'll take it, you know. Hey, that's another heart. And there we go. Got that. Oh, there's a thing over here, isn't there? Up here. No, that's just for... That's an obscure location. I have those turned off. Oh, through... What about in there? Did I go in there? No, I didn't. It's nothing, though. Or maybe I did, and I just thought it said nothing and left. Okay, so we could go right to the dungeon, but there is also a lot of stuff we can collect here in the swamp area. How much do we really need at this point? Let's do a quick inventory. We need at least 1 more sword. We need the gust jar. And, that's pretty much it outside of dungeon keys, which are going to be in the dungeons. You know, there's not key sanity or anything going on. So we just need, really, right now, we just need 2 more items, and then we'll be kind of in go mode. I say kind of in go mode. Definitely go mode. Adjacent to go mode, I suppose. Since we still do need the keys and all, but those will be pretty predictably placed. I guess then there is now a question of, like, should I focus on the dungeons then? Because those are the ones where, you know, I'm also going to be getting keys, and I might get also the 2 items that are available there in addition. Gust Jar! Oh shit, I'm glad we went in this direction. I am glad we went in that direction. That was a killer direction to go in. Okay, no regrets, no regrets. Wow! That's the other item we need! We're in fucking go mode, folks! Jesus Christ, that was... You know what? Going in this direction was not a mistake. Fuck. I did not expect to be so immediately validated for doing this area. And you know what? Now we can just leave this area. We're done. We're done, folks. Oh my god. God, that was the... Oh my god. Now, how the fuck do I get to the fucking thing? I need to get to the... We go, like, over here, right? Yeah, something like that. Oh my god. That paid off so much immediately. All the way. And now we don't have to do anything. We're in go mode, folks. Everything is... Wait. Well, we know we're not. We know we're not. We still got one, Shit, I just realized we still got one, We got 2 golden kinstones from the Fortress of Wind. Shit! We're not in go mode. We got 2 golden kinstones left. But we're, like, very nearly there. Let's just go, like, critical path for now. Let's just critical path. Get these, like, dungeons that we can do right now done. And, like, odds are not bad. We'll get the last 2 kinstone pieces along the way. Squeeze me. Something in that hole? Yes, there is. What is in that hole? There! That's another one of them! Just need one more item and then we're in it, folks. Well, I'm glad I checked that hole. Oh my god. That was the best hole that we could have possibly checked, I think. What a wonderful hole. That's something you hear every day. What a wonderful hole. Hole aficionados, that's us. What if it's right here? That's not right there. There's a beanstalk in like a second, in like a minute. There's the 4 pillars chest, got that. There's a Minish hole with another one to get nearby. What's up this thing? Is it like a bunch? No, just a big just a big chest. Money. One second. I got it all turned around for a second. My tracker. Here we go. All right, I've done the beanstalk. There's 2 Minish holes we can grab. First, just like make a path. I want to complete this area. You know, while we're here, while we're thinking about it, especially with the luck we just had. I'm feeling good about these like Minish holes. Come on. 1 rupee. Would there be anything else that would be good to get right now? The Ocarina. We don't have the Ocarina. That could, you know, at the very least, it would let us travel around the world a good deal faster. Wouldn't be essential for finishing the game, but would be at least very useful. Other things we could find. Well, the Karmalov, the statue of Karmov. That's nothing. We can leave now. The statue would be good. That would let us get 3 items that we could just quickly check. Check that one. So yeah, we're now good on all these Minish things here, right? The Minish hole and the Minish crack. Very good. The Karmov would be good. We also don't have the key for the Lon house. That doesn't make a difference. That we already have access to the lake area, so we don't really need that. I guess it would be nice to just have a way, like a way through that area, but it's unessential. All right. Kill these guys. Get this chest. Ooh. Nothing. Nothing. At this point, you know, getting nothing isn't a surprise, given that there's mostly nothing in the game right now, but we nearly got basically everything of value. So it's, you know, to be expected. So we don't have the ability to, like, charge. I guess another thing that would be nice would be, like, the ability to charge, to run while, like, with your sword out. We don't got that move yet. That one's pretty good. I don't know if we do have the down thrust, right? So that one we have. Ooh. One more chest here outside. It's nothing. We got these 2. We got that one. Now we're headed into, let's see, it's the Fortress of Winds. Let's go right to left, fuck it. Start over here. Ooh, look at that, it's a scroll. Rotation time has been increased. Long great spin. That's that one. That's nothing, it's just a heart piece. I'm just gonna mark it as collected, that's fine. No need to go over there. Another one over here, another thing. a bigger bomb bag. That seems a little ridiculous, but okay. Our bomb bag is plenty big enough. I haven't had any trouble with the size of my bomb bag in quite some time. There was a time where I was always saying, like, man, my bomb bag is small, you know? I wish I could have a big bomb bag. But now my bomb bag is, you know, large. Everyone says so. Everyone looks at my bomb bag and goes like, wow, you have so many bombs in your bomb bag. I bet your large bomb bag can carry so many bombs. Everyone keeps telling me this. And it's true. But even bigger bomb bag, I don't know. No shortage of bombs being carried by me. Small key. A remote bomb. Whoops. Right click. There we go. Map. Don't really care. Fuck you, buddy. Oh my god. Frick! Okay, let's see. Where was that? Got those. There's something over there. The map on this one on the tracker is a little hard to parse it sometimes. I'm sometimes not sure like where I am on the map. Oh my god. Okay, that's just a bunch of rupees. Just 1, 2, and there's compass. And that's a monster. Okay. Got that. Now I'm like up here. Another chest. Arrows. We also have so many arrows now. I guess we must have found all the quiver upgrades. Perfect. Let's go. Mini boss time. After we do a fuzz. I guess it's not a mini boss, it's just a little encounter. I just thought there was a mini boss around this area, but it's not. Probably thinking of a different area. That's all the small keys that are in the dungeon. So we're pretty much ready to go to finish this, so long as we can find, like, you know... Well, so long as we can find, like, the big key as well. Didn't realize these were on the timer. You have to hit them in, like, quick succession. Right? Hee. No puzzle for us. Just money. That's nothing. Let me mark that. Key drop left side. Nothing. We can go up the right side as well now. With what we have. Right? Yeah. Also, you know, even if we didn't have, like, more than enough to get up the right side, we do have, like, we have everything but the big key right now, basically, for this dungeon. So I guess I'm saying it's very nice. Another rupee. There's the door. Alright, let's see. There's a ladder. Where are we? Big key! Alright, shit, this dungeon is ready to go. Dash attack. Getting some good shit. Okay, time for another key drop. Okay, just die already, dude. Thank you. Huh. I have the sword that's the blue sword, right? That can go up to 3. This is the... Wait, is this the last one or the second one? Yeah, I have the white sword, 3 elements, so I can do up to 3 clones, but only 2 come out. I suppose that must be like a soft lock protection, right? Like, you know, in these older dungeons, make sure that you can only do 2 clones. Certainly there's a part of the water droplet dungeon that we haven't gotten to where you only can have 2 clones or else you wouldn't be able to do the puzzle. Not bad. That's just bombs. That's nothing. Alright, next up we're going to do the middle part of the dungeon. Also, we already checked that the room on the right was just a heart piece, so we're not going to get it. That's a big chest. Let's just walk through that guy, yeah. Big chest, small money. Through here is gonna be... One more chest, that's nothing. What's through here? Aha! Warp to the boss. We could totally go kill the boss right now, but let's clear out all the valuables before we do so. 2 lever. Oh, I got those. Yeah, okay. This. Jump over that motherfucker. Go into here. I guess I could do the boss right now and maybe, you know, maybe it's the kinstone pieces and I can just leave. That's a thought. Sword and that worked. Worked pretty well, just like jumping and swording. Swording. Slashing my sword. Okay. Here, bombable wall. Bombs out. Money. Heart. look on the map. Got that. Okay. That covers, like, the left side of the dungeon. Just leaves stuff on the right side of the dungeon. Ooh. Now through here. Doorway's not open, huh? Okay, shit. Not until we do some stuff, so go the fuck back. Wait. Alright, move this to be, upper left and lower right. There we go. I guess this one might be impossible if you're more than 2 guys, because of how close you have to get. Ocarina! Oh, that's really handy. We finally got fast travel. That is gonna be really helpful in just getting to the other dungeons really quickly. Just dead handy. Alright, becoming small. Running over here. Okay. There we go. Run over here. There. Alright, what's through here? Let's see. This looks like a good room. What's in this room? Oh, one thing. Okay. Okay. Oh, I have to hit the fucking... Yeah, it's a... Yeah, it's bows. It's arrows. 2 more things in this dungeon. The main, like, side item. The main item, which is essential. We need it to finish the game. And, one other thing. And also a thing that would be like the heart piece. So, we get where the big boss key would be. Here we go. Nothing. Well, we cleared out the dungeon at least, so we know everything is, we know nothing's here, you know? Let's beat this boss and then, head to the next dungeon. Again, we basically have everything we need. For those just tuning in and all that, we basically have everything we need other than 1 kinstone piece. We're just looking for 1 item, and then we'll be in go mode at this point. Dungeon, like keys and stuff aside, all that stuff is going to be in the dungeon in question. Okay, I need bow and arrow right now. Alright, there we go. First step done. Sword the little pillar. There's the first hand. You know, I don't think I ever noticed, but when you take out the part, his color scheme, like on his main body, gets darker in the half that you take out. So the red half, if you take that out first, that one goes darker first. Other half, you know, the other way. There we go. Didn't notice that. That's neat. Guess that's like explains why it you know, shuts down. It's kind of glowing a little bit too, you know, sort of oscillating in light and dark. Yeah, I'm taking out the blue, and the blue just became very dark on the body. Take out the red, now it's entirely in shadow. Fucking wanted to roll. There we go. Jesus, this is our first. This is our first elemental stone. It's been a while since we started, and yet. Hey, that said, you know, we got everything we need for like most of the rest of them, so. Hey. That's the red one, the fire element. Okay, where to next? I'm gonna go to my map. I'm gonna look and see. There's still a lot of stuff I left in the bog because, you know, I kind of just found like the best items I possibly could, and then left. But we'll return there later. I think right now our best move is to just focus on the dungeons, and it's very possible that in like clearing them, they could have the last item that we need. You know, just waiting for us. Especially considering how, like, the last 3 essential items sort of fell into our lap. Feeling like the luck might be... We might get lucky. We might have luck. If we had gotten lucky in the seed generation process, you know, and say the element was not in the Sky Fortress, the last dungeon, right? Then we could be already in go mode, but that, you know, not the case, not how it happened. Now that we're here with, we're in Deepwood Shrine, by the way. Hey. Go. Now that we're here, let's Gust Jar down as the first thing. Go down into the under area. And take a lily pad ride. That'll be our first step. Our first thing. Don't have any keys yet, but maybe we'll find a key in the areas that are over here. In which case, we'd be able to go to the remaining areas pretty easily. Go to like the... If we were to find one key, we could go to like the other area that this lily pad unlocks, which is a big room that has the boss key in it usually. Or I say usually, in the base game, in the original game. You know that in the randomizer, it's not usually anywhere. I'm sure everyone realizes that. Small key, there we go, that's what we needed. Oh, I guess we've already gotten one small key in this dungeon before, but we used it, so we don't have it anymore. You know what I meant. I meant another small key. Which, there are still more to find here, so keep that in mind. The good thing about doing these dungeons first is that they, you know, the pickups, there's only one thing left for overall, right? For the entire game outside of the dungeons, but in the dungeons there's multiple other things it could be, like keys or big keys, small keys or little keys, I guess, you know, hey, those are both keys. All right, that's that. Next. Should I go back down and, like, come up the other side? Is that, like, faster than... Well, I'm gonna do it, so... Don't know why I ask. I'm not sure if that's our only way to get where I'm going, but... I don't have another key, so... So, you know, that's where I'm going. Anyway. Here we go. Right, so up these stairs leads us to this room, which has a bunch of stuff in it. There we fucking go! We're in go mode, folks. We have everything, keys aside. Let's fucking go. Aren't you glad we didn't do any fucking around in those previous Oh, wait, what? I already have the bow. Is that like a super bow? I guess that's like a super bow. Aren't you glad we didn't do any fucking around earlier? That was the right call. We still need small keys though, and the big key, so we still do have to do some stuff in this dungeon, and we're now good. Yeah, we're literally done in this dungeon now. This is rad. Though I will, just for shits and giggles, let me just get this. What is that? Light arrow. Okay, take it. I'll take a light arrow. This. All right. Door closed. Guy's here. You know, this guy is in an emote of mine. Maybe after the fight, I'll show you that emote again. For those who don't know it, I'll put it up on screen for a minute while there's a cutscene or whatever going on. Alright, killed this guy. Alright, there's gonna be some cutscenes. Let me show you this real fast. Look at this. I have an emote of that guy. It's over there. You can see the emote of the guy still going like, you know, with a little bit of a look askew. I just got it's the blue one, by the way. The thing. I think it's a really lovely emote. Very usable. Very fun. I love how his little eyes look. It's a very good one. Ooh, I also got the map. Anyway, that's that emote. That came to, that was added like a couple of months ago, I guess. In November. I say a couple, like two. Like two now. Two is a couple. Two is a couple. I just need to become big, and then I can fly to the next world, the next area. So why am I going into town then? Good question. We've now gotten 2 out of the 3. 2 out of the 3 done. The water temple droplets was also nearly done the last time we were there, so let's just knock it out like pretty quick like. That took around, oh, say 4 hours. It's about 3.5 hours so far, maybe a little less. And I think by the end it'll be like maybe say half hour by now. I don't know. That sounds about right. Sounds about right. Of course, we still have to like get all the keys and stuff for the last dungeon, but feeling like that won't be too hard. Okay, let's see. Here we are in the Temple of Droplets. Well, you know what? There's the warp that takes us like nearly like more than halfway through the dungeon. And also worth noting, we already have all the keys, so that's nice as well. Yes, camera movements. Their ice block would be there if I hadn't already done it. Right. I think we just have to go through the... Since we can jump, we can bypass a good deal of this dungeon where you usually go one way and then the other. I just have to jump across here. Go through here. There you go. We couldn't do this part earlier because when we were last here, we didn't have the sword. And again, I see that they don't actually like let you do 3s despite having the 3 sword. Again, bet you that literally wouldn't work. You'd get soft locked in some of these puzzles. Alright, this puzzle. Need to move some things around. And then we can just solve it all in one go. Oh. You know what's easier if I start from here? Start from here and go up. There we go. Whoops. Not thinking there. We'll start Okay, start from... No. Start from here. Start from here. Go down. Across. There we go. That's the way to do it. There's some sort of pattern here. Easy. Wanted to roll. Can't roll. There we go. Fucking little shit. Didn't see that guy there. Damn it. Okay. Okay. There we go. I think it's just through here, right? So, just a few more chambers and then we'll be home free. You know, we're not even gonna exorcise the guy when we get to the Sky Kingdom. He's just gonna be possessed for the rest of his life. Poor dude. Alright, let's... Oopsie daisy. One more sec. Bit of a mini boss. You know, we didn't actually fight this guy earlier in the game, in the dungeon. In the first dungeon, because we... You know, didn't need to. Only this is the first time we're seeing him. I think I've always had to fight both. In the previous seeds I've done of the randomizer, I've always had to fight both of them, or at the very least, you know, the first one. Lucky. Got lucky. I suppose. I say that after we spent like the first hour without a sword. That wasn't very lucky. I suppose. Right. Time for the boss of this world. 2 more temples left. That's, by the way, that's the thing. We know what it is. Yes, it's another one of them. It's another big enemy. We also didn't fight the second giant choo-choo. We only fought the first one because we didn't need to. That's lovely. That's nice when that all works out. I wonder how much we can skip of that dungeon since we have the... Oh, we need to reflect things into his mouth, that's right. Now we set his tail on fire. Two-step process here. Stop turning around, dude. There we go. We got him. I should probably get some fairies in my bottles at some point, considering. Well, I feel like we're gonna be fine. We've got so many hearts. Okay, it's suck and then it's suck and then it's blow. This one's gonna be a suck. Ah, not suck, but also I still got it. Hey, got it in one. That was a nice quickie. Before he knew what hit him. Okay, hit me. Probably a suck. I don't want to. I don't. There it is, another suck. Okay, projectile. Gonna make it really dark. Octoroks, of course, are well known for making things really dark. That's how they do. I mean, this is a rather unusual Octorok. It has a plant growing out of it. I feel like it's gonna suck. God damn it. This phase lasts a little bit too long. The whole darkness phase. I kept on expecting it to suck. Maybe it doesn't suck anymore. Nope. That was sucking. Hey, we did it. What's good? Hey, that's the purple one. We just have the green one left, folks. What's that? Arrows. No, thank you. I'm good. Alright, go up here. Now just have to put in two more of the like circle kinstones. Two more kinstones into the clouds, and then we can head up to the cloud temple. I should get my sword out. Jumpy, my cape out. I do think, by the way, little aside here, the cape gotta be one of the coolest Zelda things. The cape, you know, just being able to jump big and like do a little bit of gliding. That's just always been, I think, one of the top Zelda items, and probably one of the most underappreciated ones, honestly. I tell you what, they should put that into the next Breath of the Wild, into Tears of the Kingdom. Imagine if you're just big Link. You're just big adult Link, and you're jumping like 100 feet into the air. I guess you already have a glider. But, like, imagine if you could jump, like... I guess you also already have the ability to, like, jump 100 feet up. Imagine if you were doing that, but not on a cooldown. Maybe if that was true, you'd just break puzzles all left and right. Still, though, how sick would that be? That'd be pretty sick, wouldn't it? You know what? I'll say this. They probably should have put that into a 3D Zelda before Breath of the Wild, not counting the hang glider, because it's just a really cool thing to be able to do, just jump and glide. And in, like, big, massive bounds. Alright, we're heading into the Palace of the Winds. That's different from the Fortress of Winds. You know, in the same way that a fortress is different from a castle in Mario World. The first one had what's it, Reznor at the end of it? This one has like a Koopaling. Much more of a main event. I'm just curious before we go too deep into this, how many keys are we looking for? There's 6 total in this, plus the big key. Okay, 6 is I guess the magic number then. I'm looking at the map trying to figure out if there's anything in this first room. Looks like no, just this thing. This guy down. Alright, let me get this thing. First time ever having 3 of these. God damn it. Second time ever having 3 of these guys. These links. Six keys is kind of a lot, but maybe they're not all needed. Maybe we can, you know, not get some because we don't need to get the cape. I wonder. Here's big key. Good one to get. Shit. I mean, I guess we won't unlock the next door that we find, but still. I pulled back a little bit there. More of them, huh? Too many of you guys. I remember in Majora's Mask, they would just give you one of these guys and they call that a boss fight. I guess that was 3D though, a little different. Just a compass. Wrong compass. This one, right here. Rubies coming up. Rupees coming up. Okay. I really should have gotten some fairies at some point. Make do. Okay. Birds. wonder if you're supposed to have the thing by this point, the cape. I feel like that would be later in the dungeon, but some of this stuff seems to be built around you having it, so. So I guess you would have it by this point. Maybe I'm just taking like shortcuts because I can. Okay, good. I need to get that hole, get my ball in that hole, then I need to charge in, and oh, I'm on like one sliver of health, so I can't fuck up at all. I didn't fuck up at all. And maybe there must, oh yeah, that area where the mini boss, that's probably where you got the locked key. Dungeon map. Another key. And a big wallet. That's a guy. Fuck him. Oh. I think that was the groupies, those ones. I tell you, this map is a little bit confusing compared to previous maps that have I would say this map is a little for the on the tracker is a little more confusing than maybe the previous fucking dungeons have been. All right, this time we got it. We're just gonna walk up, push a block. Easy. I'll tell you, I have no idea where I am as far as like the map and the tracker, but we'll figure it out. Not that many places items can be. That was a fairy. That would be handy. That would have been handy to have that fairy, but it doesn't matter. Oh, I'm a little worried at this point because gone so far here, and yet still at a deficit as far as health goes. You know, still really low health, and that's not good. This would be a fantastic room to be big in. could break all these pots and just get a bunch of health hearts, bunch of hearts out of them. That would be really good for me right now. Arrow. Oh shit, small key. That's actually what where it should have been. Works out. The Wind Ruins, or the Wind Palace, sure a lot more elaborate than the Wind Ruins, or, you know, the Fortress of the Winds, as it's called. Like, this place is much more befitting a tribe known for wind element stuff. Damn it. Like, it's above the clouds. There's, like, wonder if I can get a fairy out of one of these parts are good enough. Okay. Let's keep on rolling. I have wondered previous times I've done this randomizer what it did when you didn't have like when you had like too much sword for the dungeon you were going through, and didn't realize the answer was just, you know, part of me just thought that like, oh well, every time I played so far I've not been able to like get ahead, right? I've not been able to get more more sword upgrades than the dungeon that I'm going through. But I guess that was mostly just coincidence, you know. I just happened to not get good luck through those runs, those seeds. It is very much possible to get a seed where hell yeah, a seed where you can go to areas where less swords is required. I mean, I guess that makes sense, right? Like, it's all RNG based, so why wouldn't you be able to find swords before that happened? I just, you know, never had the opportunity to see what happens, and the solution makes sense, you know. Hey, just make it so that it acts as a 2-sword rather than a 3-sword. Simple, clean, effective. No bones about it. Perfect. Platform will be back in a second. Why don't I say right now, I'm still not sure like what I plan to do tomorrow. If I plan to just like sleep in and goof off and relax. Sounds like a good idea. That sounds like probably the best idea. Or if I want to try to do more Persona 5 Royale, you know, I've been really enjoying that game, and I think that playing it every couple of days is the right thing to do, considering how long it is and how, you know, long it is. But I don't want to just like go full tilt necessarily. Also, it's nice here. We just get to go now through the door. Don't have to worry about the puzzle anymore. Right now in Persona 5 Royale, for those who weren't here the other day, and the other day was Christmas, so you know, hey, it makes sense that if y'all weren't there, a lot of people probably busy on Christmas Day. Anyone who didn't see, we finished the first dungeon, Kamoshida's dungeon. Finished the first dungeon, and heading now into the first like bit of downtime in the story where you're between targets, and you get to do some side stuff while you wait for things to pick up and open up again, or not open up again. Wait for things to kick off once more. Now I'm looking forward to like spending some time in Tokyo, running around and just relaxing and shit. And I'm sure by the end of that next stream, probably, I guess, you know, if the next story event was like a month away, I guess I would make no guarantees, but I don't think it is. I think it's like maybe a week or two tops. A week or two, or maybe 3. I bet by the end of that stream, the next stream, we'll get to the next major story beat. And that'll be cool, and maybe even we'll see a new party member join the team. We might even go to Mementos, the repeatable dungeon. The like side quest dungeon, basically. Because the dungeons in Persona 5 are kind of one-off and very puzzle-heavy, they made a specific, like, a repeatable dungeon for side content. I like boomerang these guys. I'm gonna bomb these guys. One of them is down. Nice. Another small key. We already had the big key, so... Can I open like a shortcut before I leave? Not sure if this is going to be necessary. This might have been a bad move. This might have been a waste of 2 keys, but... Fuck! Yeah, that might have been not the thing. Might have been. We don't know yet. It might have been a waste of 2 keys. It was for sure a waste of 1 key. That's a bomb. Just more bombs. Some troubling motherfuckers. Tough customers. I didn't want to go down into an area. Okay, well that was... Yep, that was straight up a waste of 2. Fuck! That was a waste of 2 keys. Should've known. Should've known. I'm gonna go to the bathroom real quick. I'll be back in a minute. Oh, I am filled with regret, y'all. And if I had thought about it, I had stopped to think before I leaped and went in that door. If I had stopped and looked at the map and looked at how many items that were behind that door, I would have noticed that there were 2. And, you see, it cost 2 keys to get all of them. So at best case, I would be breaking even. So there was no reality where that was a good idea. None whatsoever. That was just straight up, full-on mistake. And I feel really silly for making it. You know, we had exactly 4 keys, and we now know that 2 of them were kind of optional. And, had we just, like, mainlined it, we would have been able to get through any door that came our way. But instead I just totally screwed it up there. You know, fortunately, I will say, obviously, we have done a lot of the things that, we have, like, already completed a lot of things in this dungeon that would be hard if we hadn't, right? Like, you know, there were boss fights, mini-bosses, etc. And now all that is gone except for, you know, like, the final engagement, the final encounter. Which is, you know, what you want. Anyway, that's where my head's at. We're in the final leg, folks. I'll say that. At the very least, we can just sit back and say, look, this is the final dungeon. This is the final leg of this this game. Looks like it's going to have taken around 4.5 hours in total. Maybe 4:45. Which, you know, hey, that's about right. About right. About what I was expecting. I feel good about that. Honestly, I was looking at this and, you know, I'll say I'm glad I didn't try to pair it with Paper Mario. Went with Paper Mario. I figured that Paper Mario is the longest game, and that's true. It took me around 6 hours to finish it yesterday to do the whole 7 Star Spirits and all. This one's like the second longest, and DK64 is the third, and then Metroid Fusion is the shortest. That's why That's why I paired. That's why yesterday I did Paper Mario, and also and Fusion, because I figured that those two would be the the longest and the shortest adds up to like 9 hours rather than 10 or 12 or something absurd, something that's way too long. Anyway, let's I guess I could at some point like leave this dungeon and go to a fairy fountain. That's like not a bad option, but okay, these guys, whatever. Right, 3 hearts. 3 hearts, everyone. I guess that is just a thing about Zelda, that the starting you off with 3 hearts. Not a big fan of that. I like more, start you out with full health. Makes it so that all the hearts that we collected don't amount to that much if you can't find enough heart things to refresh them. Okay, we're getting some hearts here. If we go back and forth, does that recharge them? Oh shit, no, I didn't know that. I guess I should have checked. Okay, that's enough. Hey, guy talked too close to the edge. Fell off. Damn shame. All right, we're now in this big dungeon room. Try to keep. I should try really continue keeping track of what I've gotten, what I haven't gotten, considering we do need 2 more keys before we're done. Or maybe we don't. Maybe like, no, 1 key wouldn't be enough, would it? Ooh, hey, look at that. That's a fairy. We finally have a fairy, folks. Finally a fairy. Oh, hang on, my controller. Something weird's going on with it. Let me, turn it on and off. What the fuck does it mean when an Xbox controller just flashes? What does that mean? Is it low on battery? What does it mean when an Xbox controller flashes? Yeah, why is my Xbox controller blinking? It is trying to connect. It might be the battery. I'll try replacing the battery then. Shit. Huh. Nope. Same blinking. Why is it? Okay, it stopped and then saving a state unstopped it. That's weird. I'm gonna try turning off the emulator. Restarting the emulator, maybe. What the fuck? Usually that works. Usually whenever my controller stops connecting, I shut down everything that's using it, and it starts working again. Let me try plugging and unplugging the Xbox adapter. Okay, there we go. Back working again. I unplugged the adapter and replugged it. Oh my god, I thought I almost ate my fairy by mistake. What was that? What was that? Was that a small key? That was a small key. Okay, good. We just need one more and then we're actually in go mode. That was a weird thing. Technology, huh? It's exhausting. After the raid yesterday, we rated Good Games Well Played, and he was having some similar... He was also really at his wit's end with technology. When we raided him, he was having some technical issues. I tell you, it's true with like the capture of Super Meat Boy. Oddly enough. Sword beam? Okay, shit, whatever. I know, right? Like every time software is just fucking up, it's just so annoying. Software, technology, etc. Every time that's just giving you trouble, it's like, God, why can't you just work? Why can't this just work? What the fuck? And you can always work around it, but it's just a pain in the ass is all. Anyway. Let me, no, I'm gonna point that upwards to give me a little less, like, direct light on my t-shirt. It'll look a little better. It's Splatoon, Squids, and they're the 80s. If you were wondering. Alright. Where are we going? What's going on here? Oh, there's some real fucked up lag there. One second, let me fix that. I'm just going to turn off the stream audio for a second and turn it back on. Now it should be good. I was having some issues like that the other day with Paper Mario. And I'll tell you, I've never seen anything like that before. I've never seen that happen with a PC game before. I've seen it happen with a non-PC game. I guess that's just OBS's new thing, right? Like, oh, the audio channel got behind the video channel, and yeah, it has, hasn't it? Whoopsie-doo. You know, it's just like, yeah, it's gonna be a little bit fucked until you can restart it. Yeah. Annoying. That's all. Technology. Quick fight. And there's the final small key. Okay, now we just have to find the big door and exit out it. We're now in actual, proper, full-on go mode, not just like, oh, I've gotten all the items I need for this dungeon go, or for like, in general go mode. We're now in like official, yeah, no more items are needed. No more checks, no more nothing. 100% of what we need is what we have. With apologies to the key for the farmhouse. And for everything in the spooky part of the game. I think that spooky part of the game is a bit shit though, so I'm, you know, if I don't have to go over there, I won't. Son of a bitch. Yeah, that was pointless. With a lot of enemies, you can jump over them to avoid, you know, damage and all, but not an enemy that is also jumping. I guess that makes sense, you know, is also jumping. Why would that work, right? Just upstairs, maybe? It's been a while since the last time I played this game, played this randomizer. So I'm a little rusty maybe on some of the details of some of these levels. But, you know, I'll manage. Oh, this is, you know, this is... I keep on walking into the rooms that are not the way forward room. But instead they're the like, this is how you get to the next place room. Here we go. God. I really need hearts. Oh, well, I do have a fairy, so... Not about to die, but... I'm kind of close. If I can get a warp... Oh, that's nice. Another fairy. Right, this will be the way out of this whole block maze. Ugh. Let me go down and before I go up, let me go up here. This might be a shortcut back home just in case. And it also might be a might give me a thing. A fairy, you know? A fairy? Well, piece of heart, that gives me my health back. I'll take it. That's good. There's probably gonna be a fairy, like, or something right before the boss. In the boss room or something, so... Alright, that is the Palace of the Winds. Let's do it. It's boss time. We got full health. We got a fairy on our, you know, in a bottle. We got fast charge. We're ready to rip this guy, you know, tear this guy a new eye hole. That was the wrong. Fuck. There we go. I like the like, you know, the way this looks as it rotates around looks really nice to me. You know, it's a little, you know, it's a little bit of a like technical. The rotation isn't how exactly we do it now, I think, if you were talking like you know, making pixel art, right? You'd probably do it in a way that looked a little more seamless, but I really like their approach. I think that the rotation looks nice. Personally, though, when it comes to like 2D sprite rotation, I think you're generally better off like making in-between frames that are like, you know, rotated at like a such and such angle. And that's gonna look a little bit more natural than just that's gonna look a little more natural than just rotating a sprite using like GBA algorithms or software code. Just a little bit more natural, and I think that little bit is good. You know, it helps. Bastard keeps on. I guess it doesn't quite matter the layout. So long as you're hitting all. So long as you're hitting them all at once. There's blue ones, there's the big red one. Now it has like babies coming out of it. Good shit. Good shit, everyone. This guy's going down. Down is that way. Yay, we got the green. We beat the Guy Org or whatever it's called. What is that called? I don't know what the boss is called with this one. But we beat the Guy Orgs or whatever they're called. We got 5 bombs as our reward. Now we're heading to the ending. Now, in the original game, the ending was a pretty long thing, and you went to a whole evil Hyrule castle. It was a whole big deal. But in the randomizer, there's an option to do a pedestal ending, and that's what we've done. That's what we're doing. Personally, I don't think that doing the whole castle adds much to the randomizer, so I decided to go with the quick version. Hey yourself, man. So we're gonna sneak through this castle. These guards are gonna give us no trouble at all. And then we're gonna go to the next game. Like I said earlier, like if you look at the title, like it says, I want to do some DK64. What the fuck? You kidding me? You fucking piece of shit. I want to do some DK64 as well. This stealth sequence sucks. I think this is like a more annoying, pointless stealth sequence than at the end of, or at the start of Ocarina. Also, it's just pretty annoying, like how the run ends with it as well. How this runs with it. Anyway, I think, you know, this randomizer is great, but I do think it could use a, like, boss rush ending rather than just pedestal ending. You know, I don't want to do the whole castle. I think it's kind of really long, and also it doesn't, you know, there's no more items to collect, man. There's kind of no point to it. Not as much point anyway. But anyway, now that we've gotten all 4 elements, as well as the blue sword is also important. Is also required for this. I can now go here, put my sword in the pedestal, and go check out this room. And credits. That's it. That's Minish Cap. Took us around 4.5 hours, roundabout. Yeah, that's about, you know, that's not bad. You know, for all 4 dungeons being required, actually we did all 5 dungeons actually, all 5 major dungeons. For all 4 dungeons being hit, and for like getting all the items along the way. Let's see, what was the last thing we did? Georg pair defeated at 4 hours and 19 minutes. Well, I guess there were a few real-time things in there, like my bathroom break. That was a bathroom break and all. Yeah, like 4.5 hours. We'll say 4.5. Good shit, everyone. That's gonna do it for Minish Cap. Thank you for joining me. I think that is a really good randomizer, though, like I said, I think it could use a slightly less anticlimactic ending. Like, just make you fight Vatty. Do like a boss fight variant of that. And I think otherwise the randomizer is quite nice. It's pretty fully featured. There's like options to customize the logic, as well as to apply like custom patches as well. Which I don't know if like people have made custom patches for the randomizer that does like special features or whatever, but it's all very nice, all very well put together. Would recommend checking it out though. Again, 2 things: 1, use a tracker to tell you like where you can go at any given time, and 2, make sure to set it to open fusion mode. That's very important. That makes it so that there's a lot more things to check, a lot more places to go. And 3, I'll say a third thing. Maybe don't go with obscure spots or rupees. That kind of does make it a little more empty, the world, and makes it so that a lot more of the things you find are just rupees. Not a little bit wanting. Anyway, we still have more. Next up, we're going to go over to DK64. 40 golden bananas required. Let me get that up. Let me pull up the game. Also, let me close up the tracker for Minish Cap. We don't need that now. Let's see. Let me launch it. I'm launching it in a let's see, that looks good to me. I'm watching it in a emulator that technically will give DK64 Randomizer some issues, but the only issue is that we won't be able to save, and we can go without saving. Oh, look at that, it's already on screen. This'll get better, I promise. Maybe I shouldn't make these promises. Okay, where is my emo tracker? Here it is. Pull that over. Let me make sure the OBS is nice and good. Let me switch games to DK64 Randomizer. And switch the game playing to DK64. You know what? I'll post it to the Discord for DK64 Randomizer as well. That's a good idea. I should remember to do that when I'm playing randomizers. Okay, let's see. Where's the streams? Oh, here we go. Doing a seed with randomized loading zones. Just need to find 40 GBs, starting with all Kongs. Alright, there we go. Alright, folks, let's get into the swing of things, so to speak. Jeez. Let me mess around with like the graphics options or something. This is rather choppy, huh? Core options. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, I don't know about. Yeah, I don't know what the problem is. So, okay, how do I just resume? Okay, fuck it. This is like running okay. This is running okay. Mostly. At what point is it not? I'll tell you, I haven't updated anything since the last time I played, and I remember it working mostly okay. Also, hang on, the sound is really delayed. Let me fix that. At what point is it OBS? At what point is it OBS that's fucking up? Let me, you know what? I'm gonna Control-Alt-Delete real fast. I'm gonna open up the task manager. I'm just gonna make sure that the program is that everything that's like running is given real time priority. Oh, you might have heard a Discord noise. If you don't mind that. Let me see. What would it be? It'd be, under R. Oh, that's services. Details. RetroArch, yep. Give it real time, please. OBS also needs real time. Why does it not have real time? Yes. Permanently, please. Okay. I think that helped. Okay, folks, we're in business. DK64 Randomizer. Let me tell you about this setup. I have to get 40 golden bananas. I have all Kongs. Moves are free. Loading zones are randomized, so they lead to like different locations. Let me see what that Discord was. Oh, just a private message. Nothing related to this. Let me close out of... You know what, instead I'll just go into the volume mixer. And I'll mute Chrome, so... Wait, no. If I want to play a video at some point, I shouldn't mute Chrome. I'll leave Chrome unmuted, but we'll close out of Discord, so there'll be no more noises. How could DK afford body dye? I don't know. Well, he's pretty well off. He has a very nice beach cabin and all. I think he's not as badly off as you imagine. He's saved up. Lanky Kong, Tiny, Chunky, we got them all. I'll tell you what we have to do here. We have to get 40 golden bananas. And every loading zone is going to lead somewhere random. In this case, it led us to... Where the fuck is this? This is the water level. Nice. We got to Galleon. Now, all moves are free, so we just have to find random... We just have to find, like, all the Kong helpers in each world for them to give us the moves. And then we can learn them and, you know, be able to do things and shit. You know? Like, let's see what Cranky has, for instance. Cranky has a move for everyone. Might not be very good, but let's see. We got Sniper. That's not invaluable. That can be useful. That's pretty good. Further details. We don't have to do bosses. All the bosses are skipped. What we're just looking for here is to find all the moves, figure out how to get into each world, and get 40 golden bananas along the way. That's just the main meat here. I played this with the more like default randomized loading zones rules the first time I played it, and I made this custom setup to really focus on the things that I like in the randomizer, which is running around being like, what the fuck? How'd I end up in Gloomy Galleon? And you're too much of a coward to fight a boss? I'm just too busy, man. Bosses are boring. They're the same fight every time. It's not that interesting. I'm just not a... I'm also just, like, in general, not a boss person. I don't really like fighting bosses in video games all that much. Green, let's kick this guy's ass. We will have to fight K. Rool. We will have to fight K. Rool at the end. But, that'll be at the end. Which we'll see how fast that can be. I don't have green. Oh, yes I do. Okay. Also, by the way, I'll be tracking what Kong helpers I visit so I don't miss any, I don't forget any. Which is important because we need a lot of the moves. Yes, you're right. I thank you for keeping me honest. I do need to remember to do that. I made this this tracker. Nah, I didn't make this tracker. I modified this tracker to have those to change the way that the tracker, like the bottom part works, so that I could track the Kong helpers that I have to visit. Because I found that that was the thing I was having the most trouble with the first time. Just remembering, like, okay, which ones have I been to, which ones have I not, etc. It also helps to start with all Kongs, so, you know, you literally can't start with Kongs you have to return for. Okay, we got the drums. Drums for DK. And by the way, I'm marking off Galleon. Galleon Funky. What else we got? Diddy Kong, okay. Diddy Kong, Chunky, and Tiny, I think. Chimpy Charge. That is just the... oh. This move. Also, we have all the Kongs, so let me mark those guys off. Color them in, you know? Tiny, right? Whoops. There we go. Jazz them up. Saxophone slam. Perfect. Funky Kong joined the army. Yeah, in DK64 he did. He wears fatigues all the time and is like making like rocket gestures. Primate punch. By the way, how's the sound? Let me check. Sounds okay to me. I'm just gonna put it down just a bit. There we go. Let's go with that. Yeah, that looks good to me. Anyway, an important thing to know about this game and like the random, like the ending, right? Is that I need most of most of Chunky Kong's moves to get to the ending, to finish the game. We need the Primate Punch. We need the big. We need to get big. We need the giant mode. We need to be able to go invisible. Do we need triangle or the cannon? I don't know if we need either of those actually. What was that? What was that? Are you listening to me? Slam the blue switches. I wasn't listening. Thank you for repeating. Blue switches, that upgrades that one. Alright, that's Galleon. Now, right now, my top priority here in DK64 is to find more loading zones and go through them and see where they lead. In fact, honestly, let's leave the level entirely. Let's just see more of these overworld loading zones, where they lead. What are your favorite video games? You like Ratchet and Clank, Jak and Daxter, Sly Cooper, with Kirby after those? If I had to name a top, we're in the castle now. Castle's pretty easy to get into. There's tons of loading zones that lead to castle. And if you get into an area, you can hit exit level, and that'll take you to... it'll exit the level and take you to wherever the level exit leads to, in which case it also leads to castle. You know what? That's probably a better place to start exploring castle from. This place here. My top 5 games of all time, Mario Odyssey and DKC2 are tied for first. You know, they sort of go back and forth in my head. Also on the top 5 list would be Thousand Year Door, Paper Mario, The Thousand Year Door, Legend of Zelda, Majora's Mask, and what's number 5? What is number 5? Jeez, I thought I had, it's gonna come to me in a second, isn't it? Oh yeah, Super Smash Bros. Ultimate was number 5. Though maybe I haven't played that game in like a year. Maybe it's not number 5 anymore. Maybe it's dropped to number 6 or something. Ultimate is extremely good. So, you know, makes sense as a number 5, but I could see like there's an argument for like Mario Maker being up there because, you know, it's sort of my mainstream game and all. But I think while it's top 10, I don't know if Mario Maker quite makes top 5. Mario Maker 2 anyway, due to like the discoverability issues in it, you know. I feel like there could be a lot more done about like how to get your levels in front of people, and that they're never really addressed. Okay, that's another way into castle, just this cannon. By the way, we only have 1 GB right now, right? Yep. There's 1 Kong helper outside in castle. We should probably go to them before leaving. But otherwise, let's continue looking around for more worlds to get into. And such. Diddy Kong's gonna be our best bet since he is the fastest. I've never played, I've actually never played most of the games you mentioned. I didn't play the original Ratchet and Clank. Didn't play, Jack and Daxter. Didn't play Sly Cooper. I didn't have a PlayStation until the PlayStation 3, you see, and that's a big part of that. I was more of an Xbox and, you know, Nintendo kid. I have given thought to doing Sly Cooper. I had, you know, I definitely have looked at that and thought like, oh yeah, that'd be a good one to do as a stream game. You know, it's a platformer. I like platformers. It's got a blue blueprint. We also got a red blueprint earlier. Let me mark that down. But apparently it's kind of hard right now to play that game due to you know, it's not on. It was ported to the PlayStation 3, but not the PlayStation 4. Right, it was released. All 3 trilogies released on PS3. I'll tell you, I didn't get many PS3 games. I had like a handful of them. It was pretty late in the generation, so when I got one, so I was kind of mostly getting like the ones I had heard about, like oh, I got Infamous. I got on the PlayStation. I think I got like 5 games on the PlayStation 3. I think I got like Infamous 2. Didn't get Infamous 1, only got Infamous 2. Got Infamous 2. Got Uncharted 2. Got like a number of games that were on like PlayStation Plus, or at the time, was it PlayStation Plus at the time? Got a number of games that were on that were like free, as well as a handful of others. Like I got like the Sackboy games, you know, like Little Big Planet. Didn't like Little Big Planet that much though, mostly because the physics weren't very good. And also it was kind of hard to make levels in. Really hard to work with. I liked Sound Shapes. That's another game where you make like platforming levels, except you're also kind of making music. That was a great game. That was a lovely game. Sound Shapes. I guess that was another PlayStation 3 game I had. That also came to PlayStation 4 after the fact. Or, you know, I say after the fact. It's ported to it. You like Little Big Planet? I can't say I think it's just the physics, man. I just like couldn't get past like the floatiness there of them. All right, we've unlocked some fast travel points. Let's exit to Isles and then check another place that we can go. That leads. Okay, so Blooming Galleon the water, the first world door leads to Gloomy Galleon. That door leads to castle. I've gotten Cranky Kong at the castle, so that's nice. Next, let's go up to Angry Aztec and get that door taken care of. By the way, the other day I put out my list of games of the year, which again, you know, the chat bot has been helpfully putting in chat now and again. I will also be putting up a list of top 10 animes of the year, and got that mostly figured out. Hey, look at that, we're in Forest. Forest is another one that's really easy to get into. Pretty much all routes lead into Forest. All paths lead into Forest at a certain point. There's just so many loading zones here. I don't know when that'll be, but sometime around the end of the year, I imagine. Be seeing that hit. It's not going to be a complicated thing. You know, my Game of the Year list has a lot of text. I don't have the grab. I don't have the gorilla grab, so... Let's also see where this leads, just out of... This leads here. Where does this lead? It'll just be a enumerated list, 1 through 10. We got Japes, folks. It's so easy to get into Forest. I don't even feel the need to actually go into Forest. Well, now, once I have the chance, better to keep looking for, like, more obscure worlds, I suppose. Alright. By the way, I'm not taking notes. We'll just have to remember these. We'll just have to, like, remember where we've gone and where we're going. And what's available and what's not. Also, by the way, it's important to note there is what's it? A lot of stuff is pre-opened in this seed. That's because there's an option to, like, open closed doors that are annoying, basically. It, like, opens some doors that would otherwise be kind of just mostly annoying and in the way, quote-unquote. Was that red? I think we just got red. Red. Ground pound. No, that's green. That's still green, so... Oh, you know what it probably is? It probably was homing ammo. I bet it was homing ammo. Well, I don't have any guns, so I can't exactly test that. Okay, we got Cranky and Japes. You said something about red, and that makes me think either red switches that I can hit now, or red, like the color of the... Oh, also we got the sniper, so let me get that as well. And I believe we do start with the camera. Just got the gorilla grab. That's another option in the randomizer, to start with the gorilla grab. I think that's just the way to go. I will say of my top 10 anime of the year, I've already said... Guitar Gazump. I've already said Bocchi the Rock, #1. Check out Bocchi the Rock. It's on Crunchyroll. It's phenomenal. Best show of the year. And it's, you know, it was up against some stiff competition. This year has been killer as far as the shows go, as far as, like, anime goes and movies as well, and specials. It's been a pretty killer year, and Bocchi is just the one. You've been watching TV from the Czech Republic rather than Japanese anime? That's interesting. How is that? Do you like it? Are there people that are talking about it with you? Hamtaro? That's #3. Alright, we got the moves that are in Japes. This is a good level to know because it's probably going to be the source of a lot of very easy bananas down the line, right? Once we get some bananas mode. But right now we're in find more levels mode, so let's go through this loading zone right here and see where it leads. We found our way to Angry Aztec. I think. We're allowed to exit level from here, right? Oh, look at that. That's... Angry Aztec is accessible from the Overlord world. That is fantastic. It's almost as if the loading zones... A lot of levels are just accessible from the overworld, huh? Even just leading straight to the exit, straight to the entrance. Just like normal. That's pretty sick. That's extraordinary. There's a bunch of Kong helpers in this world. And a bunch of moves to get. Again, the most essential ones that we get, the ones that we cannot go super duper simian slam. Okay, that's red. That's red. Ground pounds. The most essential ones that we get are Chunky Kong's moves, and we need the teleporter move from Tiny Kong. Those are ones that are absolutely 100% required. Okay, go ahead. That. The rest of the moves are more optional, you know? It's decent, you're just getting prepared since you're moving to the Czech Republic. Oh, okay, that's fun. Damn, man. Good on ya. Good on ya. I take it you're learning the language as well? Czechoslovak. Is the language called Czechoslovakian? Or is it just called Czech or something? Or are those two different countries that are now separated? I'm really not sure. I'm not, Those are two they're separated now. They're not one country anymore, are they? We just got the balloon move from Lanky Kong. Baboon balloon. Do you speak the language? I guess they speak Czech. It must be called Czech, the language. Or, you know, called in English Czech. Maybe it's called something different in the language itself. Czechoslovakia split in the early 90s. Yeah, okay, I'm not European countries. My bad. Yeah, you're still learning. Learning the language, learning the everything. Damn, that's cool. Like, I just have been living in the same spot I always have been. Well, not same spot, same city same city slash metroplex as I have in the past, and you know, that's fine too. But you know, hey, why are you moving? If you don't mind me asking, is there a reason? Is there someone, you know, that you know there? I know people move countries all the time. It's a thing, but I guess I'm curious, like, why exactly? I think I got more ammo that's not on the tracker. Slovakia speaks Slovakian. That makes sense. It'd be weird if it was the other way around. I don't have guns, so I can't get into there. Okay, I think that's all the Aztec moves. Getting into Angry Aztec, definitely a big deal. But also, I don't have guns, so I can't get into any of the temples. Don't have that, so I can't get into there. And yeah, no guns, no temples. That's what they say. No guns, no temples. No guns, no temples. That's the American. That's my American belief. No guns, no temples. You're moving since your sister is having a kid. If you're gonna be an uncle, that means seeing your sister more, and you're not. You don't like her. Gotcha. You're moving away to get away from family. Dang, man, that's too bad. You know, for that your relationship is not a good one. But hey, you know, hopefully you enjoy you know, the new location, new place, new lease on life. I think, is this one just nothing or is this one something? I don't have either of these instruments, so I can't do it either way. Well, here we are in Funky Forest again. I'll watch out for that fucker. Let's get some moves while we're here this time. In Funky Forest, we have 2 moves to get. 2 moves to get here. One, I believe, is through here. And it's very handy that all these doors, they start open. Otherwise, you just wouldn't be able to navigate this world very much. By the way, if you're keeping track at home, notice that I do have only 4 golden bananas, but I have 6 blueprints, and each one of those will translate to a blueprint eventually once I turn them in. Or each of those blueprints will translate into a golden banana. 1 tiny. Teleporter. We got teleporter. We got monkey port, as it's called. You're gonna maintain your contact with your family, but you know, just besides, she's been on your case due to like femboy stuff. Damn, man. Doesn't want her kid to be exposed to femboys. That's fucked up. That's just good. You know what? Fucking. I think she's gonna have a hard time with that. You know, it's just, does she want her kid to not be on the internet? Like, you're gonna see some femboys eventually if you exist in, you know, American culture. Or, you know, on the internet. Hey, Wild Wesley, how's it going? Femboys are everywhere. Yeah, I guess. Sup. Not exactly an uncommon thing to see around. That whole, like, oh, I don't want my children to be exposed to regular people who exist and are everywhere. It's like, okay, buddy. So you want them to, like, live in a, like, 90s, like, 80s style, like, you want them to live in the 60s. But, like, a Disney version of the 60s where those people also didn't exist back then, but didn't have, like, you know, they weren't talked about at all. It's a unworkable idea, to say the least, about people who are trying to, like, tamp down on what their kids are seeing. Like, buddy, look, they're gonna see. Back in my day, the only thing. You got Discord? I do. Put in ! Discord, Wild West. There it is. Back in my day, the only thing that they tried to keep kids from seeing was porno, and they failed. They couldn't even do that. Couldn't even stop everyone from looking at porno. Yeah, it's a... Yeah, I got you as well, yeah. Would be good to meet niece/nephew. Whatever they end up being. Okay, let's see what we got. Okay, this Donkey Kong. Coconut in the face. We got a first weapon. Factory, caves, and the one aisles area that has like a Kong helper in it is what we're looking for now. Let's hope for Rocket Barrel. That would give us a lot of options as far as places we can go. Higher than we can jump. That would be, Oh, I think I hit B. That would be Simeon Spring. Like, if you're imagining you can raise your kid in a vacuum, I'm sorry, that's just not how it works. Like, again, we cannot even stop kids from seeing porno. We cannot stop them from discovering porno. That is not... We do not have the ability to stop what kids are finding out. Let alone, like, totally normal things that their kid might, you know, might need to know about for very good reasons. You know, if they're having dysphoria issues or whatnot, they would really need to... DK needs to drink a potion to get his guns to work? Yeah, man, in this game, it's wild. It's gun potion, man. You don't have gun potion? Oh, man, I'm always drinking a potion, getting my guns working. These guns, I'm not that strong. I'll send you the before and after your lizard tank. Look in the free time and tell you what you think. Sure, man. Or did you like theme it to be like really decorative and shit? Is that what you mean? Wes? We went in the bottom of the mushroom and then came out the top of the mushroom. Well, that's nice. That's actually a pretty good one for us to get. There's not any doors that we can open right now. Oh, we can't open that one. We can't open that one. Beautiful. You just did it in central chat. If you look, there's one that's like a there's also a channel there that's like show us stuff or whatever. Share yourself or something like that. That would also be very well suited to sharing pictures of your tank. And encourage the usage of such channels. We got a minigame here. Let me kill that fucking bee. That fucking zinger. Do this minigame. Oh, damn it. Can only Chunky Kong do the minigame? I guess maybe only Chunky Kong can do the minigame. Looks like only Chunky Kong can do the minigame because the gunshots from the gun I have aren't working. Let me see. Let me look on the Discord real fast. I'll pull that up on my phone. Yeah, look at this zone, or self-promotion and stuff. There's two places that are very well suited to it. Up to you, though, you know. It's not that, that much of a big deal. Also, I think that, Hamtaro also joined. Very nice. Okay, it's in the right chat. Let me see. Oh, shit! When did I get this? When did I get this? I got a Rangastand! When did I get that? I'm always unsure which way to go after hitting this switch. Like, do I go up or down? Manga? don't have a tag for manga. Maybe I should, though. I don't listen. I don't read much manga. Listen. That's not how manga works. I don't read much manga. I talked about it yesterday, actually. About how, for manga, I always just find it really disposable, and whenever I'm going through it, I feel like it's just out. What's the equivalent of in one ear, out the other? It's just like, I read it, and just like, forget about it within a day or two. Maybe I could listen to an audiobook? I guess. Do I need to have the gun for this? I don't think so. I think I just need to hula-hoo and then ground pound these guys in and it's gonna give me a banana. Free banana. Oh, no, not a free banana. Top 2 picks are before, bottom 2 picks are after. Oh yeah, it's much more elaborate. It has some lighting and shit now, huh? That's nice. Is it filling up with? You said it was a lizard tank? Was it a lizard tank? Was it? Yeah, lizard tank. That's right. So it's not supposed to be like full of water, or else the lizard would drown. It's not a water lizard after all. Yes, gotcha. Okay, where's the other one? Maybe the other one is like to the other side now? The anecdote I told yesterday was that there was a manga where I read it. I read a good deal of it. You know, a couple of issues or whatever. Volumes. And when it came out on, it became an anime, I watched it, and I was like, oh, what is this? I've never seen this. I have no idea what this is. And then, like, midway through, I realized, like, wait, have I read this? I remember the little girl and the big man and their co-workers at a thing. Yes, my senpai is annoying. That's what this show is. Oh, yeah. He can be underwater for 10 minutes. Damn, good lungs. Or whatever allows that. Not a marine expert, or not a lizard expert, I should say. Could be lungs, I don't know. We got a Sith golden banana there. And he can run on water? That's cool. Is he like a little lizard? Suppose that would make sense. A little lizard runs on water, not very, you know, very, not like a, you know, small enough where that's possible. Gonna jump down here. Missed entirely. Well, look, I have a way to get back up there. That's a big bee. 3 foot long? Wow, that's like half a human. He is a massive guy. 3 foot long, really? That's like what? Huh? Huh? That's longer than my camera aspect ratio is, isn't it? 3 feet long. Let's hold a poll whether we should add a manga tag. What would it even say? It would say like, oh, I don't read a lot of manga. Sorry. That's pretty good. Just a tag that says, oh, I don't read a lot of manga, sorry. That's it. Nothing else. Like a sentence. Literally. Oh, that's kind of funny, actually. Is this gonna be the way? He's still a juvenile. Dang. Oh, so you're saying he's gonna grow. He's gonna grow up to... Are you saying he's going to grow up to be 3 feet? Or are you saying that he is currently 3 feet and he still has a ways to grow. Well, okay, inside. A lot of these mushroom doors are leading to other mushroom doors. Which, you know, hey, there's a lot of doors on this goddamn mushroom. Green basilisks grow up to 3 feet. Gotcha. Are they one of the creatures that can, like, keep on growing forever? Like, I know that a lobster can keep on growing forever. If you just, like, you know, put it into bigger pens. You wonder if, oh, this is actually really convenient, actually. Just exiting the level will take me to level 2 of the thing. Not unless we go inside the mushroom. They have a limit. Gotcha. I wonder how that works for lobsters, actually. Maybe they just aren't very hot. They don't, like... Maybe they just have very low metabolism. Because how I know that animals work, right? How animals work is like this. It's like this. Animals, as they grow bigger, their cells kind of run colder, basically. Because the more mass you have, the more heat you generate. And basically, like, if you double in size, a times 2 increase in size leads to a times 8 increase in... times 2 increase in height leads to a times 8 increase in mass, and thus the amount of, like, energy generation within your cells. As far as, like, heat goes. Like, they generate 8 times more heat for every time you double in, like, like, height. And, you don't get any more surface area as that happens, so you have to have more and more ways to, like, you know, deal with that excess heat. You know? And the way that bigger animals typically do it is that they have lower metabolisms. You know, they burn less hot. And if you're smaller, you have to burn hotter because you're losing more of your heat to just the environment and shit. So how does a lobster work where they can keep going bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger? Do they just become slower and slower metabolism? Is there a limit to that? Like, where, yeah, if they slowed down their metabolism any further, they'd just be dead. And they wouldn't be, like, they wouldn't be able to get bigger than that. I guess there'd have to be a limit. There has to be a limit, right? Maybe we just don't know the limit. Because it's kind of like... You're talking about the size of an elephant or something. And that would be absurd, like a lobster the size of an elephant. Or maybe because they live in water, maybe like the rules are a little different as far as like they can live in like the water that surrounds them maybe cools them off. Or maybe they just have to move to like colder waters, colder environments. Okay, this is kind of a dead end. I'm pretty sure this doesn't lead anywhere, so let's just get out of here. By the way, one thing that is important to note is that because I'm playing on a certain emulator, the game will not be saving at any point, so I have to be very careful not to game over or fuck up or restart. But since I'm intending to play this in one sitting, it doesn't make that much of a difference, and I prefer to use this, you know, this emulator because it captures into OBS a lot better for some reason. Jeez, I'll say the audio has been a lot better once I switched the priority and in OBS and like Windows to maximum. Oh, also I did just get Funky Kong Castle. That's pretty important. Funky Kong and the castle is kind of hard to get to because you have to get to this particular room. But, you know, this room has a bunch of exits and entrances, so, you know, not like the most hard thing to get into. I don't have any other guns, so let's all I can do here for now. Okay, what are we doing next? I think that's kind of all we can do right now in the mushroom. Unless I were to go turn it to nighttime, which I probably should. Nighttime is going to open up some more exits that we can use. And any one of them could be the one that leads us to either the Candy Kong room in the castle. That's just basically another room in the castle that has Candy Kong in it. And could leave us to caves or factory. Both of which would give us access to a whole wide array of moves. Let's go to the central area of this level. Seems like a good idea. And turn it to nighttime. Can you do a Banjo-Kazooie randomizer? One exists, I know that. I don't know if it's like a really well fleshed out, though. I think it mostly just switches around like potential places the Jiggies can be with like I think it just switches like places the Jiggies can be, which switches places that they will be. Let's take the door that's on the mushroom that's at night. That seems like a good idea to me. I can get there pretty easily, like so. I mean, I could try it. Like, even if it's not as fleshed out as this one or the other ones I've been playing, you know, over the last couple of days. It would be fun to play that. You know, this year I've tried out a whole bunch of randomizers and, you know, seen which ones were fun for content. And I've had a lot of fun doing it. I'll say that, you know, this is the first year I've really gotten into randomizers before, and there's a million ones I've never tried before that I probably should. But at the same time, right now, like, you know, I'm gonna go... The next stream, by the way, is gonna be more Persona 5 Royale. And probably the stream after that. I want to play that game a lot. Okay, this is Castle. I think if we kill these guys, you might get something. Maybe another door will open, and we can go through. I have the baboon balloon, so... What's up with this? What? Oh, there's a switch up there for Lanky Kong. Okay, so I can't do anything with that now, yeah. Oh, you know what happens when you die, by the way? You return to the start of the level that you're in, which can be important in some cases, like if an exit door, if like going exit the level takes you to a bad entrance to a level. Like let's say I did exit the level right now, and let's say it put me outside of a door I need to be tiny to use or need to be like shrunk down, and let's say I don't have the shrinking ability yet. Then I wouldn't be able to enter it, but if I died, it would put me on the inside of that and take me to the main meat of the level. But usually, most doors you can just go back in after you enter them, so you don't need to do that all the time. Sometimes you might. Okay, let's do this. Here we have the sawmill or whatever it is. Here, we can climb up to the top and open some doors. There's 2 doors up top here. And I do have the spring, so I can also get in the door, another door here that's Diddy specific. This one leads into Aztec, and I don't have the nuts. I don't have the peanut gun, so that's out. I wish Nintendo bought Rare. Then you get Banjo games. Yeah, maybe. I mean, the weird thing about that is I do feel like that, like, the guys at Rare, right? I feel like if I didn't go in the second door up there, I'll have to do that after. I feel like if they wanted to make a proper Banjo-Kazooie game, rather than like nuts and bolts. Okay, this just leads to this part of the overworld. Well, that's good to know. A little shortcut back here. Not that there's not a million ways back into this level, as is. If they wanted to make a proper Banjo-Kazooie, I bet, you know, Microsoft would have been like, yes, please do that. Yes, 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 that's great. I think that I don't think it was like a Microsoft mandate that they made nuts and bolts. It was just that the guys in charge were like, we want to make a game where you drive cars around. And Microsoft said, okay, can you make it a Banjo game then? Because I don't know if it's gonna sell if it's like Staverman Stampede or some shit. We made it into Factory! Also, let's see. I'm just gonna die here. Can I, like, get through this as... No, I probably can't, but... By the way, this might be very loud. Sorry. Please understand, it's constant explosions. Perfect. You think they made Banjo that way because they malevolent? I don't know. I got Game Pass. I think it's pretty good. It is true that they do not have a good track record as far as like their first couple of like big acquisitions, you know, like they really fucked up like what was it? Origin or whatever? That's whatever site, whatever guys they bought there, just sort of stopped making video games, and that ended up being like a total waste. Even though they were, from what I remember, like in pretty good shape before they got bought. Wait, or was Origin EA? Origin was EA. I'm confused. Maybe was Rare the first one they acquired? Might have been their first like major video game acquisition, and actually, maybe Lionhead. But yeah, like Rare. I feel like the guys at Rare just weren't interested in making the kind of game that people wanted out of like a Banjo sequel, and maybe it would have been like. Maybe under Nintendo, they would have said, like, how about instead of making that a Banjo game, we make that an original IP? We make that, like, a... You know, maybe Nintendo would have looked at that and said, like... Kid Icarus? Kid Icarus nuts and bolts? What would be a good... What would they do? You know, like... You know the classic story, right? Which is that they saw Star Fox Adventures. They saw Dinosaur Planet, and they said, like... Oh, that guy should be, why don't you just make that guy into, you know, what's his face? Why isn't that, Star Fox? Make this a Star Fox game. They would have said that about Nuts and Bolts. I don't know if they would have landed on Banjo, but they might have done. They might have said, oh, let's see, Banjo? Maybe. How about Banjo, or could be... Who would be... If Nuts and Bolts wasn't a Banjo game, who drives in Nintendo? Who's like a really prolific driver? What was that? Was that... Well, there's only 3 things it can be, so let me just run through them real quick. Was it the gun? Was it the music? It's the sprint. All right. Ponytail twirl. trying to think. Link, a Zelda nuts and bolts? No, I don't think so. F-Zero? Oh, you could see it being like an F-Zero nuts and bolts. Maybe that's a little not like wacky enough for the game. Magical drink that makes you feel stronger. It's a barrel, actually. I feel like Neuralink is just gonna fail. It's just gonna fail. I don't think Neuralink is gonna actually like be that much of a success. I mean, you see what's going on with like it started development as a banjo game. That makes sense. Okay. Maybe it started with like the idea of like, oh, we should probably do a banjo game. I would have to guess though. You know, they ended up just not being interested in anything that was just like, okay, it's just like Banjo 3. And personally, I really didn't end up liking Ukulele when they ended up doing that. I don't know if that's just me, like, you know, the nostalgia is impossible to measure up to. I don't know if that's just like, you know, I just didn't get into it. I found it very large, confusing, and empty, and full of design choices that I hated. So I don't know if they had made, like, if they had made Ukulele into a banjo game rather than into Banjo 3, I don't know if I would have liked it. We don't have her pearls, so... Sorry, we don't have your pearls, so, you know, shove off. I do think there are neat things about nuts and bolts. Like, I do think it is fun to design a car and shit. I just don't think it's that fun. It was what I would say. And also, I do think like the fact that each world is instanced, I still think that's really weird. I'm gonna exit the level, see where that ends up. Fuck Nestle. Okay, so the castle, that's how we get back to the factory. Remember that. The factory's in the museum. Factory's in the museum. And we did these two. We just now need to get... We now need to get the what's his face? My toe was really hurting earlier, and now it feels alright. I guess the band-aid worked. Band-aid over the nail. I cut my nail a little too close, and it really started to hurt in the middle of the stream. I also took some Advil, that probably helped as well. Alright, let's see what my man Funky Kong has. Just nothing. I mean, I have, like, everything of note. It's more ammo. I don't need that. I need guns, Funky Kong. Do you see how I have, like, one gun? I need guns, not ammunition. Please. How does that... There's, like, 5 Kong helpers left in the game now. Most of them in caves. And yet, I have 4 guns missing. One of them must have multiple guns because I also do have... I only have... Oh, I do have 3 melons now. Maybe I'm fully upgraded as far as melons go. Oh, that is one big ghost. Here's what I'm thinking. Around here is a way down into like the a loading zone, right? Like around here, maybe? You know what? I'll take a kasplat. That's just a free. That's just a free. You eat your toenails? I don't swallow my toenails. That would be weird. What did we just get? We just got a DK. Anyway, nothing wrong with that. I suppose the weird thing is, like, just that, you know, toenails, they're pretty far down. So you're probably using a clipper to clip him in the first place. And then, you know, after the fact, they somehow find their way. You know. Would you think, like, oh, how did that happen? Well, you know how it happened. I don't have a problem with that. I think it's fine. Not gonna say. You know, whatever, you know. Tear off with your fingers or teeth. That can be rough, you know. You can get a rough cut sometimes compared to a clipper. I will say sometimes I need to use my teeth, though, if I need it to be a... There's one particular finger in particular where I do have an excuse where... And this is something that I don't know if anyone's really noticed. I mean, my hands have been on... I haven't mentioned this on stream in the year I've been streaming. And I'm not gonna mention it now because I think, yeah, there's something with my hands. It's a whole thing. With one of my fingers, I'm not gonna get into it. That's personal. If you notice what it is, if you were to notice what it is and were to ask me about it, I might say what it is, but I'm not gonna give away that information. Not just, you know, just on a whim. You painted your nails. I'm sure at some point. Anyway, look, anyway. One of my fingers, the cuticle goes a little too far forward, so it's hard to get a nail clipper under it. So I sometimes have to use other things to get it just so. Just right, you know? A little difficult, but, you know, hey. Does this break? Yes, just with a punch. That's probably not where it leads. Probably not where it leads. Oh, but I can't become small. Rip. I have the triangle, so I can play my song there. What does this do? Does this open the door, or... Really don't know what this does. Starts the water wheel. Which starts that? Alright, so now you can do stuff with that. Seems like a little complicated for one golden banana, but okay. See what's through here. We found caves, folks. Exit level. What? Oh! Right. I exited level and I was like surprised when I ended up in a different level. That's how it works. Also, this is where Candy Kong is. We found Candy Kong in Castle. We found Castle Candy Kong. If your sister is gonna closet her kid so much, how is she gonna explain that she has two moms? What, you like? She as in, like your mom is, huh? Gotcha. Yeah, that would be hard. Like, what the fuck? Wait, where did... Fuck. I shouldn't have done that. That was, not the way to exit the level. Okay, let's go back. There's a way inside that's simple and I've forgotten it. That's on me. Exit level. Oh right, it was up here, wasn't it? It was like the next door down in the in the museum. Yes, okay. Yeah, she'd have to like hide, or I assume she's gotta like. Yeah, that's confusing. That seems like something you can't keep from a child. Is she like really conservative or something? Is she like that? Okay, I'm gonna get the item that's here. Or not the item, the Kong shop. And I'm not going to just walk into a random door and see where it leads. We're gonna get the item, the move, the new move. Whatever move it may be. From this Candy Kong. It's bubble. Didn't even know there was anything more to get that was for everyone. All right. She just believes in outdated stereotypes. Gotcha. This is not the right door. That's where we exited the last time. Yeah, that's, you know, fucked up. And again, I'll say, keeping ideas from kids never works. Or ideas, things, especially in this modern world we find ourselves in. Like, kids will find out what porno is. Kids will find out what trans people, what trans people are. They'll find out everything. I guess also the thing about that typically is that you know, those conservative parents, they're not just saying like, oh, I want them to not know what gay people is, what gay people are. They also are internally thinking to themselves, I want them to know that you should hate gay people. That's part of it. That's part of it, is that, yes, it's not only they should know what gay people are, they should also know that we do not like them. Or, you know, whatever. Or that it's against God or whatever the fuck. Maybe it's like, okay, well, we want to teach them about it, but in a context where it sounds like we're making it up. Like, you know, in the same context, you used to talk about, like, oh yeah, there's a monster under your bed, and also, gay people exist. And they go like, oh, that's not right. That doesn't sound true. But, it's gonna be hard to like, convince your kids that, like, long term, that, like, yeah, Santa Claus, not real. That, like, to keep the truth from your kids in that respect, right? Motherfucker. Of course, dropping into a pit would kill you in one hit, but I don't know why I thought otherwise. Okay, we can get back to where we were in a second. Yeah, this door led to here. That door led to here, which, there we go. By the way, I should, like, look at the math. This is precisely why growing up you were told that the Easter Bunny and Santa weren't real. Well, they're not, but... because they're not, but, you know. Right, okay, so because you didn't want them to, like, question what was... Right, okay, gotcha. I'll say I cannot speak to raising kids. I don't have any, and I don't know, if I would. And certainly it's not like anything that I see happening right now, ever. I don't see a path to it, if I'm being honest. But, you know, certainly I have been a kid, and I can tell you that, kids are people. They are resourceful and they'll figure things out. And they now more than ever have access to Google, which will tell them things. DK. This will be Cloud 9. Baboon Blast. Okay, cool. Bad. What's tiny yet? Only way you'd have kids is your, boyfriend. Gotcha. Yeah, that makes sense. Well, yeah, I'd say I would have to be in a relationship with the right person, and like, it'd have to be like something everyone wanted. Both parties, as it were. There's candy. I hope that... Right now, we still need the Gorilla Gone. We still need the Chunky ability. The last of the Chunky abilities. So if that happens to be in the... not in this world, then we do have to find a 1 in a million... Well, maybe not 1 in a million, 1 in whatever... portal that leads to the tutorial area of the game. Also, let's take inventory real fast. We have 8 golden bananas and 7, 10, 13 blueprints. Totaled up, that's 21. As far as collectibles go, we're halfway there. But again, we've been focusing mostly on going places and getting moves, so, you know, once we get all the moves, we'll be able to do the rest of it. Really, like, I'm no authority on that stuff, but, you know, again, that whole idea, to me, the idea that you could keep, like, major elements of the world from your child, seems like naivety to me. Okay, good, we got the thing, we got everything we need now to finish the game. Though, geez, we still haven't gotten, like, any of the projectiles, huh? To me, that's just naive, right? Like, again, basic facts, and maybe the thing is, like, the world used to be like that, right? Like, you could not tell your kid, if your kids wanted to know about sex, at one point in time, they had to hear that from you, and else they wouldn't be able to hear about it or figure it out. Nowadays, that's very much not the case. Like, they're gonna hear it online. They're gonna, like, Google it or something. They're gonna see it in some movie. They're gonna watch Game of Thrones and figure it out. Wait, did it... That's orangutan sprint, but what did I get previously? I thought I... Not that. Maybe I, well, maybe I miscounted as far as Lanky Kong's moves go. That is all of the moves here, except for the Funky Kong moves. Let me go find him. And then I think I'll just, I think now maybe we focus on just, getting some bananas. Maybe we'll check like a few more like warp zones, load zones that could have interesting places in them that are like easy to access. There are some in the overworld we haven't been to, and those ones could easily have like access to the final area or the final place where there's a move. One more try, and then there's probably easier ones we can do for our 40, right? We don't have to do this one. This just happened to be nearby. Okay, that's enough tries of that. Let's go find Funky Kong. Cranky and Isles. The thing about the Cranky and Isles is that it is the Isles, but it is specifically the tutorial area of the Isles, which is its own loading zone, basically. Okay, Diddy. Let's see what Lanky's got. Funny instruments. Alright, we got all the instruments now. I'm gonna guess, well, actually, I don't have to guess. It's gonna be the gun. Crossbow. The feather bow. And this will either be the jetpack or the peanut popper for Diddy Kong. I have enough moves now to finish the game, so I don't necessarily need to go seek out the remaining moves, except that they are very handy moves to have. Those ones in particular. That said, I think I have everything I need from this world now. Let's just, I'm also just gonna find another loading zone and see where it takes me. Maybe I'll get lucky and I'll just go right into the aisles and then we'll get the last remaining moves. Maybe we'll just, like, find a way back to World 1. I think that would be good. If we could find a way back to World 1, that probably has, like, the easiest move, the easiest bananas we could get now that we're, like, ready to go. The music here is really good. Yeah, it is. I'll tell you, though, that's kind of funny. In the original game, there's, like, an annoying enemy that is just, like, constantly raining down death on you. And constantly, like, stopping the music and going, like, bumble, 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 bumble. The really dramatic music starts playing, right? And I'll say, like, that's funny. Stock. The randomizer cuts that shit out and makes it so that, you know, you don't have to deal with that. And that's really lovely. Makes this world a lot nicer. A lot more chill and cool. Oh, that's not the right Kong. I think I killed a Kasplat, so I should probably go find it. Get the blueprint, actually. What are these? These could lead to banana ports. I thought the banana port was over there. Where that Kasplat I killed was. Yeah, there's a Kasplat in there. In that one. Okay. Whatever. Don't know how that guy got in there, but that's fine. Try this one. Why not get the blueprint when you kill the Splats? It's behind a igloo. He's in a little igloo. And the only way to get in there, I think, is the teleport. And I don't know where the other end of the teleporter is. Kinda weird, this one. I went in this igloo and it took me to inside the igloo. I wonder if these are all just base. Maybe these ones aren't randomized as much. Because otherwise, this is a hell of a coincidence. The igloo door is taking you inside the igloo. And it's even the correct igloo room for Lanky Kong. Still, that's an easy banana. I'm just gonna grab it. You know, we haven't done any bonus games this whole, what the fuck? This whole, like, randomizer, this whole seed. And, I would like it if that stayed that way, you know, hey. Donkey Kong, there we go, 9 bananas. We're over halfway to getting everything. You can't wait for the new year? You'll be able to sports bet in the new year? Well, that's fun. I'm not much of a bettor myself. I'll bet on like there's some channel points bets that some streamers do that I take part in, but I always bet a small amount of channel points. Just like a couple hundred, which you can get in not that much time. Okay, so I guess it is coincidence, but I bet what it is that these doors, since they are Kong specific, they only lead to rooms that are specific to that Kong, where in the base game you would only be able to use that Kong in them, and that reduces the amount of possibilities it can go to. I bet that's how it's like how that happened, basically. Let's see, how many golden bananas we have? We had 13 blueprints. We have 9 golden bananas. That means we have a total of 22 now. Going on 23. Oh shit, this is a bonus. What's with the fairy? You can take a picture of her, and you'll get a thing. You'll get your ammo recharged and your crystal coconuts. I don't think we've actually used crystal coconuts this entire game so far. Haven't had a need to. Well done! That was our first mini game, I think. Our first bonus game. Donkey Kong, let's go. Let's leave. Try out more of these doors. We did this one, and yeah, let's do this one here. Tiny Kong one. E. Okay, this is... It's not bad. Huh. You only need to collect one of them? In the game here, you get inside this chest, and that lets you collect these pearls, and you can turn them in for a banana, golden banana. But you have to get to where the girl is, and I'll be honest, I don't remember how we got there, and I don't think we'll be coming back. Let's just get these pearls anyway. Why not? We're in the area. Seems like the thing to do, you know, when in Rome. Clams with teeth. Kind of a weird thing. Clams do not usually have teeth. We got them all. I also think we're not going to actually turn them in, but you know. Why not grab them anyway, right? Okay, check this one. There's another set of these doors that, like, lead to... Like a set of 5 doors, right? That lead to 5 rooms. I guess that's a thing, right? Like, if you're looking for... I guess if you're, like, really thinking, right? You can improve your chances of getting into a specific world if it has, like, one of those sets of doors by hitting, you know, by, like, going in... by using those doors, and maybe then you'd end up in Aztec or in caves or a couple other worlds that have similar ones like Galleon. And that can help you to get to those worlds pretty quickly. The only problem is they require a bunch of items, so if you don't have those items, then you can't get in the doors, and you can't, you know, sort of constrains like when you can use them. And by the time you're probably loaded enough to use them, you've probably also found other ways into those levels. But if a level is eluding you, try a bunch of those doors. I mean, I guess that's not exactly, you know, it's different from what you would generally say, you know, when you're playing the randomizer. Like, yes, try a lot of doors. You don't know where they lead, you see. But those specific doors might be like above average as far as like leading you to worlds you might not have been to yet. Leading you to worlds, leading you to stuff like that. But no, thank you. We hate this guy. We don't want to do his thing. Fun fact, the castle level has a room that only Tiny can access, and it contains a mysterious pillar. Purpose unknown. Huh. That is neat. I guess also you can take that to like... You can look at like what things people can access, and you can say like, okay, well, the door to... Here's an easy one. I just have to know colors. Yellow, red, purple, green, purple, green, and blue is the last one. Maybe you could use that to like eliminate some possibilities that... God damn it. That's another mini game. I've never heard of that, but let me see.
Welcome to bonus stage.
DK64 Mystery Pillar. Mystery Pillar. Whoops. Son of a bitch! This is a lot of times I have to hit this guy. Where is he? Ah. Try aiming where the crocodile will be, not where he is. Says Hamtaro fan. Yeah, that's what Lure of the planet Omicron Persei 8 recommended a long time ago in such scenarios. Oh, do I have to fucking do it to leave the room? Okay, I'll give it another try. Yeah, okay, it seems like there's a video on it by Tetrabit Gaming. Oh, it's just a room with a pillar in it? Gotcha. I do think in some cases, you know, games from the N64, they seemed like they were more mysterious, you know? They seemed like they had more going on. More mysteries at play. And I think that, you know, sometimes a pillar is just a pillar. I think that, you know, it's just something they put in and thought was cool. I used to look at the textures in Banjo-Kazooie and Banjo-Tooie, and I used to think, like, that looks like people. That texture. It looks like it's like the edifice of it looks like a person. Is that like supposed to be Banjo? Is Banjo in the wall texture? And in this game in particular, like there's definitely the textures I stared at as a kid and thought like, I tried to like discern things. And it was all nonsense. Nothing was there. You know, it was just It was just a funny, like... It was just a funny, like, JPEG that's, you know, they thought looked nice. You know? It's very much like the way that people look for, like, Jesus Christ and, like, crackers. I looked for Banjo-Kazooie in, like, the wall textures of, like, DK64. Like, what are these there's clearly patterns in the wall, in the textures. What do they mean? And I think the answer is just nothing. I think it means nothing. I think it's all nothing. I think that developers have more... Just do things and then it doesn't have a meaning. It more often than you would think, perhaps. Let's get out of here. I'm tired of... You know what? I'll look for the next set of doors a little more, but I'm tired of these caves. I desire to be out of the caves. I desire to be in the fresh air of not caves. You know, I grow tired of this place. Does it have a ceiling? No, it's just sort of like black abyss. That's neat. This is a good video game. I do think though, I think it's a perfectly good video game. I think the randomizer does take it. Okay, we're exiting level. The randomizer takes it like a cut above what it would be otherwise. Just a cut above. Just a cut above. There's like a mini game over there. I can do better. You know, it has a lot of quality of life features. It has a lot of like convenient stuff. This might lead back to... This actually might lead to the Pearl person, actually. Maybe. It leads somewhere. I can't remember. Just through this door is somewhere. I mean, that's always true. Oh yeah, it led back to Castle. And some bullshit. No, I don't want... Let's exit to Isles. Alright. Did I? You know what, I'm not sure if I checked. I did check what Crystal Caverns leads to, that exit door. There's a couple of doors here we never went through, we never came out of. And I want to check what they are now. You dread this game, so you have to keep swapping Kongs to get all the collectibles? Well, that's what's lovely. That's part of the thing that's lovely about the randomizer, right? Is that it adds the quality of life feature to just switch Kongs on the fly whenever. Which is really nice. Really very nice. I think that's just for a banana fairy. I'll tell you, like, I definitely... The original game without the randomization, I do think is not, like, the best video game. I have on occasion said it was the worst DK game. And I don't think that's wrong. I just think that it, with the randomization added, and the fact that I know it very well, it becomes something that's a little more compelling. I still would stand by what I think about it and say, like, yeah, it's not like a great video game or nothing, but like it has a lot of outsized, like, I know it too damn well is the reality, you know? I know it really damn well, and as such, when subjected to randomization, it becomes something that I'm way into. There's a couple of load zones here on Crocodile Isle. Crocodile Isle? The mechanical Crocodile Isle that we can get to now. Well, we could get through from the start, but we just, you know, we're checking other doors, right? And I'm curious where they lead. Ooh, wait, is that a... That's just a free... This is just a free banana, isn't it? Free banana. Also a big boy barrel. Oh, banana indeed. Oh man, that reminds me. I should at some point do a thing where the stickers are free. I have been thinking about that, but haven't pulled the trigger recently. I did that a couple times in the past, like years and years ago. Okay, that's just another way into World 3. You know, that's pretty good actually. That the factory entrance leads into the factory. Go get Isles Cranky. The thing about Isles Cranky is that he's in the tutorial area, and I don't know what load zone leads to that. So I would have to just keep checking load zones to get in there. My plan is to not do that. My plan is to just, you know, start collecting bananas in earnest now. Case in point, there's a free one. I don't think I've actually collected this one in a seed before, because I never accidentally fell down there before, but you know, first time for everything. If we could find that extra those guns, that would be pretty good, because then I would have all the guns in the game. I'd have all the moves in the game. I'd be able to do everything. But it's not worth, like, delaying. Daisy. Just hit the camera with my foot and moved it a little bit. Then I moved it back. Hopefully it still looks nice. I always try to line up the side of the camera with the couch, or at least the side of where it's cropped. Anyway. I also like to make it nice and close, so I'm pretty big on screen. Look at this tiny building. This is a building for ants. Oh, here's the pillar room. You know what I think this room is? I think it's a room that has a balloon in it. And the whole point of the room is that you can get the balloon. That's what the pillar is for. Is this a thing that, like, the developers have commented on? Or is it something that just, like, you know, some people have noticed and been like, that's weird? I bet you there's no deeper meaning. I mean, it doesn't take that much insight to say there's no deeper meaning, but, you know, I bet you, no deeper meaning. Okay, well, that's all the doors in the overworld area, so let's just start, you know, getting some I said jiggies. Getting some golden bananas. How many do we have? How many do we need? We got, 4, 3, that's 7, 10, 13. We have 13 currently. We can't get that guy. We have 13 plus 15. That equals 28. So we're 12 away from finishing. Remind me where Donkey Kong's mouth leads. The main entrance. The castle. Not interested in the castle. I want a world that's, like, pretty easy to do. That's full of, like, golden bananas that are just, like, everywhere, basically. I can do this one real fast. This one's pretty doable. I think that might lead to, the door here might lead to World 1, but the door is closed because it's nighttime out there. Shit, what's the code? Uh, 21132. 21132. 2 1 1 3 2 1 1 and now just 3 and a 2. Three. Two. Hey. That's gonna take that outside, so next time I'm in the neighborhood, free banana. I mean, I could just go right now, honestly. This is not a bad world for getting some golden bananas. What does that do? Why do you do that? Why did he do that? Not sure why I did that. Why this? What does this do? Okay, that gives me a golden banana. That's very nice, actually. Let's exit level. Alrighty then. From here... Which one is it? It's not this one. One? Yeah, it's one. And that'll be a DK barrel. Or a DK banana. We now have 30, so just 10 left. And then we'll be heading to the ending. Let's see now. That's an area we already found that leads back to Isles. Are there any other areas that we have? Yeah, over there. What's over there? There's another load zone over there. Behind the security guard. Does that not open that way? Guess it doesn't open that way. Oh, it opens when you pound the thing. Well, obviously, the doors open outward, not inward. You couldn't punch those doors in. That's not how it works. The hinges go the wrong way. All of them? No, I see a shadow. Geez, that guy was really lucky. Threaded a needle there. Alright, another banana for us. 9 more. People theorized it was a feature in Banjo called Stop and Swap. Yeah, you know about Stop and Swap? Now that is a mysterious feature. I feel like that like half implemented idea really gave people like the idea that there was much more going on. You know, that was in the time. It definitely felt like when you were, you know, when you were looking at games in the era, you were definitely under the impression like, oh, there could be like another whole world hidden in the source code somewhere. There could be like a whole second game, and you just never know. Nowadays, I feel like you know, it kind of feels funny in retrospect to think like that, right? Like, oh yeah, you know, yeah, they're gonna develop a whole extra game and not sell it, just so, and just leave it in the game for free and not turn it into content that they can sell. Yeah, they're gonna do that, yeah. You know, if you think about it for more than 2 seconds, you realize, like, oh, why would they ever do that? That'd be weird. That'd be, like, super uneconomical. No, that's not how games are made. They don't end up with, like, that much on the cutting room floor. Some stuff ends up on the cutting room floor, to be sure, but not like... But not like whole extra games, and if they did, and if it did, it wouldn't be a good game. It'd be like, no man, we tried that, it was kind of bad. It was a kind of bad version of what we ended up shipping. You don't want that. That's good enough for now. Do we have a way back to World 2? I would take World 2 right now. Well, let's go in... Doesn't this lead to World 2, actually? No, it leads to World 3 or 5. What about this? That is the tiny hole that we just came out of, so yeah. According to research, it was originally on purpose, but its purpose was cut mid-development. Yeah, that makes sense as well. You know, things change through development. And, you know, it was sort of the idea of the thing, like, here's what I'm saying, like, look at these textures. What do they mean? That was sort of what we all were doing in the time. That kind of looks like a crab right there. That could be a crab. You see, there's the body. The body is the white. You can see little stalky eyes. There's a crab in that texture, and it's just like, yeah, no, it's just low. It's low poly, man. It's low. There's not that many pixels. Give them a break. They didn't mean to make it look like whatever you think it looks like. Which, hey, you know, it's cool. What does World 2 lead to? Oh, what am I doing? It led to, yeah, okay, shit. My memory is bad. We're finding out. Okay, what about this? What about this one? Where did this one lead? I think there was a really good... No, now we do have the instruments, so we can totally do this one. I can't remember which one is a banana and which one is just nothing. So we're gonna do both. Or we're gonna do one and then maybe the other. Yeah, it's nothing. The one that's... Note to self, the Chunky Kong one is the real one. That's the free banana. The other one's just, you know, nothing. Bubkiss, as it were. Where's this lead? Of course. All doors lead to World 5. What about the door on the World 5 door? Where did that lead? I remember we found it like really deep into really deep in some rabbit hole. So what, we're at like 7 remaining? I noticed we haven't seen any Kasplats for a while. Right, it also leads to World... Jesus Christ, everything leads to World 3. You know what? Exit level right now. Exit level. Go through there. I know a way back to World 1, but I think we have to switch it back to daytime. So we're gonna do that. Way back to World 1 is to switch this to daytime, and then... You know, profit. Kids know... I guess that's not really a meme. I was about to say, like, the thing where it's like, question mark, profit. But that's just South Park. That's just a South Park joke. And it would make sense if kids didn't really know South Park anymore. Since it's barely been, like... Well, first off, kids don't watch TV anymore. Second off, it's not on, like... I don't think it's on any major streaming platforms. It was sort of its own thing for a while, but... I don't know if it's still... Okay. Here's how we can get to Jungle Japes, I think. Don't quote me on this. Wait, no, not here. World 2. South Park is on HBO Max. Man, but you remember watching Teen Hunger Force as a kid? Yeah, that show's great. Here we go. Here's how we'll get there. Oh, bonus. Also, for another free Jiggy. Jiggy, Jesus. Another free, you know, golden banana. Alright, that makes 21 with 13 blueprints. We're at 34, 6 left. We got all the moves we need to actually finish, and we're in the easiest world there is. So I bet you we can scrounge up 6 more bananas here. I bet you. We don't have all the moves. We never got to the like tutorial area, the prologue area of Isles, and never found that that particular Cranky Kong. But we got everything else, and you know that's gonna let us get most everything. If we went back to Aztec, there'd also be a couple of easy ones there. Ooh, look at this. Speaking of easy ones, eat shit. Eat shit. That makes what? That is, let me make sure my blueprint count's right. It's not. It's not right. I missed one. But otherwise good. So 4 plus 2 plus 2. That's 8. 12. 15. 15 plus, we're at 37. 37. There's just a few left. So fuck that bonus game. We don't need to do it. We can find something that doesn't involve a bonus game, if I'm being honest. Let's find something really simple, something easy. You know what? Barrel Blast. If you find it on accident, that'd be fun. You know what? We could absolutely find it on accident. I could see that happening. Let's go do this Barrel Blast. That'll be an easy one. 3 remaining, and then we'll go fight K. Rool. If I fuck this up, I'll be very... This is the easiest one. I ought not to fuck this up. Okay. Got it in 1. Beautiful. 2 left. I mean, I could just try some doors. You know, like, oh, there's some over here. There's one at the top of a hill. Also, there could be Kasplat in here, so might as well go down these paths and just see. No Kasplat, no Kasplat. There could have been, though. Easy one over there. Tiny, go get it. Alright, one more, and we will have all that we need. What would be the odds? Let's go through this door and see what's on the other side. I guess this will be like a tiny specific thing, so not gonna be anything. Yeah, it's kind of a sucky place to get to. I guess it's not gonna be like a general area. I guess I learned this time. I didn't know that like the tiny doors like led to tiny areas. That does like mean that if you have an area that is only accessible by one Kong, it's probably not going to be a main thoroughfare that you're going to. It's probably going to lead to like, you know, random room number 12 or something. But it could just as easily not. I don't know. Okay. Last banana. You know what? I should cash in the blueprints now. Now that we're on our last banana. Hey, Torty222, how's it going? I'm playing DK64 Randomizer, and we're going up to... We got all the moves we need, and we're going for 40 golden bananas, and I don't know if you can do math, but... We got 15 blueprints, we're turning them in now. This will get us up to 13-9, so just one more golden banana, and this will be we'll be in go mode basically. I'm pretty sure we don't need like the pineapple to finish, right? Right? Yeah. Let me take that down. Take that down as well. Ba-ba. Another 2. Actually, now you think about screw Neuralink, you can use the Ludovic's treatment. Don't know what that is, Hamtaro. Honestly, like I said, I think Neuralink is not long for this world. You know, it's sort of a vanity project started by a millionaire or billionaire who is now very, very, very quickly losing money on both Twitter and on Tesla and on everything his grimy little hands touch. So I don't think we can expect great things out of Neuralink. They're just gonna kill some more monkeys and eventually run out of money. And people are gonna say like, oh, that was nothing. That was a bad idea, actually. You don't want to put microchips in your brain. It's just gonna kill monkeys. And if it kills a monkey, it's gonna also kill a human, if you let it. Anyway, that's enough talking about brain chips. I don't have... Oh, I do have these. We just have one more left. One more golden banana to find. There's none up there, right? Yes. Why don't we just go in a random door and see if that gives us access to some golden banana really quickly. Like this one. This one's too long. This one's not it. If I went further, it'd just be like a bunch of walking. What about over there? There's like a Lanky Kong place over there, right? Oh wait, this not a Lanky Kong place? Well, actually, I guess you can only access Lanky Kong, but you open it with Diddy Kong? That's weird. Ludovico treatment is a clockwork organism? Yeah, I don't know anything about that. Okay. What does this do? I don't have the gun, so I can't kill the guys. Can I leave? Can I just leave, please? I don't have the gun. Oh, can I just use his gun, maybe? Yeah, that works. GG. It's an old... Oh, like Clockwork Orange. Okay, I've heard of that movie. I've never seen it in full, but I know of it. Yeah, it's guys is put in a chair and made to watch some... I was about to say a bad movie, but that's not how it really is. That's only like the parody version that has appeared in, you know, many fictions since then. You know, like that's the angry game. That's like the angry video game nerd version of that. I don't know what they made the person watch in reality. It was probably propaganda, wasn't it? Alright, we're heading into the final part of the game. We now have all the golden bananas we need. We're gonna head into Hideout Helm. We're gonna do it. It's, I'll tell you, I have it set to skip Hideout Helm, so it will just be like popping in there, getting the thing, and then going to fight K. Rool. And then we'll be ending the stream shortly after. It is nearly 2 a.m. Been streaming around, oh, say, 7 hours. Not nearly as long as the stream yesterday, I'll say. I'm glad to have gotten through 2 whole randomizers today, though, with the settings that I like. Minish Cap, Legend of Zelda Minish Cap, and also this one. All those will eventually go on YouTube, as I like to do. I just haven't gotten around to it, you know, since I've only slept and I've done a little bit since yesterday's stream. I don't know when next I will stream. I could see doing a stream tomorrow, a Persona 5 Royale, continuing where I left off. I really want to play a lot of that game, and I want to keep rolling on it. Exit to aisles, please. Thank you. Oh, and by the way, this is set to, like, automatically turn in, so... The thing is here. Here we go. Okay, roll time. Let's go. Let's go. Final round. I made this setup so that, you know, once we get it all done, we're right to the end, and we can just finish the thing right here. There's not that... I went with, like, just the minimum amount of phases. That's all we need. We just need to do the final Chunky Kong business, and then I will send y'all on y'all's way. I want to thank y'all for coming by, hanging out, and watching me play Minish Cap and also DK64 Randomizer. I hope you have, if I don't see you before the new year, hope you have a happy new year. And, you know, all that. I would like to do more Persona 5 pretty soon, though, so... Maybe I'll do a pair of streams, like one on New Year's Eve, one on New Year's Day. both Persona 5 Royale. Or maybe I'll do some Mario Maker. I don't know. That's kind of my main game, so I should do some Mario Maker. Like Mario Maker lightning round in the hour before New Year's. The thing about that is if no one shows up, it's not going to work, so, you know, I'm kind of dependent on, like, so, like, it'd be a high-risk thing if, like, you know, like, oh, let's count down the new year with some Mario Maker lightning round. You know, kind of my main thing, so. But if everyone's busy, then it doesn't work. Bowser, geez. K. Rool is down. We finished, folks. That's it. They made him watch violent videos so he could detest violence since they drug him and make him sick while watching the violence. Oh, like a Pavlov's dog type thing, right? Huh. That's like unexpectedly, like they actually thought through the process. I kind of thought it would be like a corny thing, right? I kind of thought it would be more cornier than that. Clockwork Orange. There's a sexy candy there. Folks, I'm going to get going. Let me see who's streaming right now. I'll tell you, I don't know when I'm going to be streaming next. I could do a stream tomorrow, do more Persona, but I'm kind of leaning towards, like, relaxing and, you know, catching up on stuff. And then Friday I have plans, so maybe New Year's Eve, maybe New Year's Day for more Persona. Or maybe tomorrow. I'll see how I feel tomorrow, and we'll figure it out then. Let me go and see who's online. Baltimore is playing Later Alligator. That sounds interesting. Glower is playing Paper Mario Any Percent with Ace. That's a really good run. I haven't raided Baltimore in a while. Let's do a Baltimore raid. That's good. Baltimore. It's Baltimore, by the way. He's an Australian streamer. Very cool. Know him from Dan Reichert's Discord. He's a streamer I like, Dan Reichert. Folks, I think I will call it a night. I am calling it a night. I'm going to send you over to Baltimore. Let me get a stream up on my phone so I can watch the raid go down. I'll be back sometime in the near future. Not sure when. After, like, in, like, second week of January, starting then, the schedule will be Persona 5 Royale Mondays and Thursdays, and then Mario Maker on Fridays. But that will start, like, a couple weeks from now. For, like, New Year's week and, you know, the first week of January, it's going to be a little bit catch as can catch. A little bit sporadic, a little bit random, but we'll have fun. See, if I do a stream tomorrow, it'll be around 8 p.m. If not, that is what it is. Check the Discord. I'll say if I'm doing it there. I'll see you later. Maybe on New Year's Day, maybe in 2023, maybe sooner. Bye, folks.